All right, all right, all right. Well, hello, my little beauties, and welcome to this special Sunday live stream. I don't usually do public live streams on a Sunday. I usually do private live streams. We do have a private channel member. Channel member? Yeah, we've got one of those, but we've also got a private members area. And just so you know, we do usually have live streams daily there. Can you believe it? But this one is going to be a public one, and you are so welcome. And it's unfortunately a continuation of our beginning to get, I think, quite boring API manager thing. Now, I started this is now 8 days actually, which is a long time for a guy like me to be working on something. But I think that this thing is really, really important. And my resolution this year is that if I start something, I'll finish it. So I am finishing it today, guaranteed. We're finishing it, and that's what's going to happen here. So you're very, very welcome. Make yourself at home, and here we go. So I've got my text editor open here, and I'll just get my browser window open as well if I can. Now hold on a wee second here. Where did you go? Where did you go? There you are. Okay, so let's just open up localhost. We're using PHP here, of course, and it's going to be this little beauty here. Yesterday a ton of work was done, but there's a few wee kind of glitch things that I just sort of thought about when I was looking at this thing. So for example, if we go ABC and set token, right, then I'm going to go up. Okay, you can see it says your token is ABC. That's fine. Now, if let's suppose we bypass authorization, then it gives us this super fancy token. And then we can do our query. And if we close and reopen, you can see that the token has gone. So, and yet up here it says that the token is set, you know. So what on earth went on there? Because it's all a wee bit confusing. So let me see if I can shed some light on this one. If we open up Engine, Views, API Explorer.js. Now there's a thing in here called init bypass auth, which allows us to, we can check API endpoints regardless of whether or not we've got a valid token, you know. So let me just see if I can figure this thing out. Right, that's it. So you see this, hold on. Yeah, so when we hit init bypass auth, we get that, right? So the token becomes this magical golden token thing that lets us do a request, and it will ignore any authorization rules that we've got. We're certainly going into the deep end here, folks. Anyway, eventually that's going to submit a request like so. And when it submits a request, you can see right here that we make the token go empty. And then we generate new golden token. It's at this point when we make the token go empty that we should change this section up here. So what we could do, if you really want to be cool, is something like the following. Do you see how that's got an ID of input token? Well, we could say const token input element is document get element by ID input token. Then we could say token input element dot value is empty. Then we could take this button here. Now that is the set token button. So I'm going to say const set token button is document get element by ID set token button. So we've changed the value, and then we just say set token button dot click. I think it's that. And then we generate the new token. In fact, I'll do a wee console.log here that says click so that we know that this has worked. So hopefully that's going to sort out the error that I just showed you there. So I'm going to bypass authorization. Keep an eye on the top right hand side. I know it's in the background. In fact, you can't see it because of me. Let me get myself out the way. Alright, so keep an eye on the top right hand side. You see it right there? So if we submit, did you see how it just cleared? And it says token is not set. There it is. So that's what we're talking about. We bypass, we click, keep an eye on top. Do you see it? It's a little delay, and that is just perfect. Okay, so that's a pretty good start, and you'll also see that our console.log works. Perfect, perfect start. Alright, so now I'm going to go into this little beauty here. I was doing a wee bit of Golang stuff last night. Unfortunately, Golang is in the category of I would love to learn it, but I just don't know if I've got time, you know. Anyway, let's CD into, what on earth is it called? Please delete 4. Alright, so if we look at our git status, there's the thing that we changed. We're going to say git add all, git commit fixed bug to do with resetting of token after bypass API auth request was sent. Alright, I know what it means. I know what it means. So we'll have that. And there you have it. Oh, and can you believe it? We have some friends pop by already. We're just here and here they come. It's Bukaran Vlog. And thank you for coming here. We appreciate it. Thank you so much indeed. We have Kyle here. Nice to see you, Kyle. Kyle in full formation. You're becoming a bit of a regular, Kyle, you know. I like your style, Kyle. And here comes the great Gia. Or pardon me, Gia. I'm looking at this, Gia. Oh, it's Gear, of course. That's right. It's Gear from up there in sunny Iceland. Our own in-house secret millionaire. How are you doing, Gear? And of course, the pillar of all web development, Stefan Hummel in full formation. Ahoy to you. Now, you see how those little sons of a guns have got stars beside their names? Well, you're not little. You're probably all taller than me. But anyway, that means that they are members of the channel, and we're super grateful. The amount of times you folks have paid the rent, I can never thank you enough. And if anybody's a member and saying, oh, hang on, don't you do this private? As I said at the start, I have a vibe of doing one day a week where I do a public live stream, and I really wanted to get this feature built. And I started it, and we must be seen to be finishing the thing. Do you know what I'm saying? We must be seen. And here comes, I am programmer. And I tell you what, you have to love the name. You know, I mean, it's pretty much says what the person is into, and we really appreciate that. And it's good to have you here as well. So welcome, folks. We are going to finish this thing today. Shall we dance? Oh, people, do you hear me? Shall we dance? All right, let's nail this. So we've got that little glitch working, or fixed even. Now, it's time to take a wee look at this and just see what else we need to do. Now, we've got bypass authorization working, we've got clear parameters, we've got display header values. Now, that does work, believe it or not. There they are. We've got our endpoint settings working. We have got all sorts of stuff working here. We've even got our drop downs working. We've got our delete rows and, of course, clear parameters. I mean, it's really, really great, this, you know. So the question is, what now? And I think that this is the time to now open up these ones, the post ones, because they're going to be a little bit different, you know, a little bit different. And that's what we'll do here. So we'll grab a swig of the old cornerstone of every nutritious diet. This is Kong, by the way. Kong. Kong strong. It says wild power. What do you reckon? Are we unlocking the keys to web development greatness? I get $500,000 every time I do that, by the way. Anyway, Alright, that's exactly what you came here to see and hear. Let's get going. And we'll start off, you can see that it's saying unauthorized, okay? So let's go into our, let's see, modules, tasks, we've got assets, API.json, and you can see that we've got a get by post here. So what we'll do is we'll just say authorization all. There you go. Now, if we go back and then click this now, we do have a wee challenge because that one is clearly not working yet. Now, the other one is good. We did this all yesterday. That's solid. But we need to get this one going. So, shall we dance? Yes, we shall. We're going to go to Open API Tester. Now, you can see here that we've got this build model get thing, and that's the one that works. Then we've got build model post, which is right here. Now, what we're going to do just for the moment is, let's have a look. If we copy this and head upstairs and find the bit that says build model get, it's here somewhere, or modal. I will always say model, you know, can't get away from it. But here we go, and we're going to copy this little beauty here, paste in here. Okay, now I've just copied the stuff for the get, which is not right, but at least, oh, you miserable swine. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Well, well, well. Alright, let's see what we can do here. I'm going to just hit return. Build modal post. Modal body append child heading. So this, for some reason, is having a challenge. Ah, and I know what it is. Do you see how we're passing in a modal body as an argument? There we go. Alright, here it comes then. And you can see that we're now opening up this thing and we've got the theme and everything all working. See how it changes colour? Kinda cool. Kinda cool. Alright. So, what we're going to do is, it is going to use a lot of the same things that we have before. However, we are gonna, do you see how that says create params builder? And then this says create disabled params builder. And in fact, I don't even know if that's right. But what we're going to do is we're going to say, well, give me a moment. I'll show you what we're going to build here. If we go, please delete me for /. Now, here's one that works. So this is what we're trying to build. Something like that. So this is going to be, it's kind of like a double text area. Do you know what I mean? So let's just say, let's take this out completely. Yep. Let's take this out. And we're simply going to say, create double text area. And we'll pass in form. Now that's going to produce an error because we have not yet made, we've not yet made create double text area. So if we click that, do you see how it says it's not defined? But that is exactly and precisely what we're going to define right now. So we're going to go like this. Now we're passing in our parent element here. And now we're going to take our very first trip to the employee of the month. And hopefully we're going to have an opportunity here to save maybe about 20 minutes or something like that, you know. So the way that this is going to work is we're going to look for this vibe here, and we're going to copy the outer HTML over to the employee of the month, and we're going to say, can you give me a JavaScript function that dynamically creates the following, and then just paste that in. Alright, so here we go. We had a really good day with ChatGPT yesterday, and I think it saved us a whole lot of time. Hopefully we can have a good day today. One of the challenges though is that the element we've got here is a wee bit too complicated. But what can you do, you know? We'll get the basic element up and then we'll take it from there. Alright. So it might run out of time here. Then again, maybe not. Here's the submit button. I think it... Oh gee. This is terrible. It's just overcomplicated, isn't it? So let's make life a wee bit easier. Instead of all of that stuff with all the classes and everything in there, let's try something else. Let's say we'll have a div with a class of, I'll call it, let's call it grid 2. Yeah, that would be cool. So we'll do that, right? Now in here, we'll have another little div. I don't have any autocomplete here, but this is where our text area is going to live, the first one at least. And then in the second div, we're going to do that. Now let's see if we can figure out how to get this happening. You can see here we've got a label, and in this label we're just going to say parameters, and then we've got this here. Now I don't know if I'm into that. It seems, what on earth is the key code 9? I have no idea. Anyway, let's make life really easy. Let's just go like this, and we'll give this thing an ID equal to params input. That's what we'll call it, okay? So we'll do that, and then if we look at what we're trying to achieve here, we're trying to get something that looks a wee bit like this. So over on the other side there, we'll have another label, and we'll just say here, server response, and then we'll just say something like server response input, and I think we can say disabled. I think that's it. Right, so let's go back to the employee of the month, and we'll just say thanks, same question again, but for this. So this is a whole lot more simple. So here we go. Okay, looking good. And there we go. Perfect. So copy that. And then we'll go back here. Now we're going to be calling this one create double text area, and it's going to be accepting a parent element. So this is what we're looking for. Okay, and then right at the bottom of this, we're just going to say parent element. So it's taking our parent element and we're joining on the container. So let's have a little refresh here and give it a try. And it's not too bad, you know, it's not too bad. So now we're going to do a wee bit of style action here. You can see that we've got a thing by the name of grid 2. So it's a case of find somewhere that makes you feel good, maybe here. And I'm just going to say grid 2. So display is grid. We're going to say grid template columns, repeat 2 times at 1 FR a pop, and the grid gap is 1M. Alright, here we go again. So click, you miserable such and such. Okay, hold on. Background color, red. Here we go again. Ah, so that tells me that this grid 2 is actually a class. There you go. Alright, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Oh, people, do you hear me? So if we go to grid 2 here, and we're going to say that for grid 2 label margin top is going to be 0. Save and refresh. Now it's starting to look kind of decent. I'm going to say that grid 2 is going to have padding downstairs of 2M. And I think that's starting to look quite good there. That's what we're talking about. Alright, now back over. I know I've got a red background, but we'll deal with that in a minute. Here we've got, let's see. Yeah, so here we've got this create server response div. Let's comment that out. And if we go like that, now you can see that this is really starting to look good. Now, one of the things that I did like about the previous server response div, if I bring it back, if we inspect this, then hopefully, yeah, you can see how that's got an ID of server response. So it's absolutely fine for us to go to where this text area is, the second one, and we'll just give it an ID of server response. There's only ever going to be one of these things anyway, you know. And in fact, you can see that the server response is the server response even works, which is kind of cool. All right. Now let me look at what did we actually take out there? So do you see how we've got create server response div, and we added in this form thing? You have to wonder, if we take this out, I'm just curious, right? And suppose we did this. No. Okay. So suppose we did that and we said container here. We've got a good vibe with this. Nah, it's just not happening. It's just not happening. Alright, well, it was worth a try. So we'll go back to the way we were. And we'll just do this the hard way. So I'll put the I'll put the 200 on the right hand side here, and we'll just figure it out, you know. Okay, we're good. Now, if we look at create server response div, in fact, if we look at this thing here that says server response, now what this is doing is it's giving us this div. If we say element2.style.border equals, let's just say 1 pix green solid. Watch this. Do you see how it's kind of difficult to see, but we've got a div here going around all of this thing. So what we might be able to do is something like the following. Well, we've got that second element. We could say, let's create a top div. Then let's take our top div pardon me, it's called div top, and we join on label 2. Then we could take element 2 and append child of div top. Now what is that going to do? Well, if we say div top.style.border equals, and let's just say 3 pix pink solid, just so we can see the darn thing. So what we've done, do you see how we've got this pink border here? Maybe if I make it a different colour, you'll see it. Okay, so can you see how that's now got this border going around it here? Okay, so let's suppose we decided to do one of these div top things for both of these, just to keep it all nice and balanced, you know. So we go like that, and we say div top. Now maybe we could call this one div top 1, for example, or maybe we could call it div top left hand side, and maybe this one could be div top right hand side. Okay, so now we're going to say div top left hand side, append child of label, then element 1, append child of div top left hand side. So what does that do? Well, the answer, you miserable thing. All right, hold on. Let's have a look here. Left hand side, right hand side. Ah, there we go. So there we go, that's it. So what we've done is we've added these divs, let's say, above both of these things, you know, which is not a bad idea if you ask me. Now, because we've done that, I know it looks kind of horrible, but what this means is that we can then go like this. Now I'm going to copy this vibe, and we're talking about the top right hand side. Let me just paste in here. Okay, so what we're doing then is we're creating a label. That label is going to be added to no, hang on. Right, so what we need to do then is create a div here called, we'll call it div top left. Div top left is going to have a label, and that div top right hand side is going to append child of div top left. This is as confusing as you get, innit? But then if we go like this, right, let me just save and give this a wee shot. Okay, so what is happening here? Right. Gotcha. Right, okay, so if we take this and refresh again. Okay, hold on. So I'm going to say element 2, append child div top right hand side. So here we go, we're getting there. There it is, right? Now, what we want is a little div here. So we go like this, and then we say element 2, append child. Now let's call this I'll call it div top status code. So if we now go like that, and if we just say div top status code inner text is super cool, hopefully alright, so that's not right. So what we need to do then is say div top right hand side. Alright, there we go. Now, just to make absolute sure that we're happy with this before we move on, I'm going to just say that grid 2 direct descendant divs are going to have a background color of yellow, let's just say, which gives us that. And if we then do that and then say that the inner divs are going to have a border, 2 pixels, I'll give it just something crazy. Ouch. Ah, there you go. So you can see that thing doing its thing, and that's kind of cool. If I zoom back, it's not really as bad as it looks, you know. Yeah, I think that's good. So now when we do submit, do you see how it says response 200 OK? And if we were to go into our API.json thing, and let's just say for argument's sake that we change the authorization rules, you'll see that it says 401 not authorized. So that works. That completely works. One of the things that I'm a little bit curious about is how does this thing behave when you get a whole lot of text on that right hand side. So let's see if we can figure that one out. We'll just say div top status code inner text equals chuck in a wee bit of test text. Here we go. Yeah, we can probably live with that, you know. Although, having said that, we could say div top status code dot style dot flex grow equals 1. Ah, darn it. Okay. Let me go to the employee of the month. Thanks. Is the following valid code for setting flex grow equal to 1? Okay, so I think what I need to do is go div top right hand side style is flex grow 1, and if I've been lucky the text should expand. Ah, you miserable thing. So it's div top right hand side it's just not happening. Alright, doesn't matter. I don't think we're ever going to get anything that big anyway. At least I hope not. So let me take this out. And we'll just do this. Okay, it's not too bad. I'd like to look at the possible API responses here and just see if I just really want to see what the thing could look like, you know. So that looks like a big response here, doesn't it? So what we could do then is we'll just say something like that. Okay, now how bad is this situation here? If we get something like unprocessable entity, will it handle that? Let's have a look. Okay, so it can handle that. So if we think about how many characters this thing's got, let's just see. So if we say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, say 20, right? So what we could do then is the following. we could keep this empty. And then when we submit a request, it does its thing. And you can see that we've got this display response thing kicks off. Oh, here we go. Display response, right? Now, oh, Smitty, how are you doing, man? I just noticed you. And Ibrahim is here. Nice to see you, the great Smitty in full formation. Smitty's Productive Dev Treehouse. Bless you, Smitty, it's good to see you, man. No, point it to you. Give yourself the credit. That's the energy that we need. How on earth are you doing, man? Everything okay? Alright, so I'm going to get a wee bit of help from the employee of the month here, right? So this should be quite an easy task for it. I'm not anticipating any problems here. But I'm just going to say... Right, let's paste the thing in, right? So there's the code. And... I'm going to say... If the HTTP status text is greater than 20 characters, could you please make it improve the function so that, hold on, in instances where the blah blah blah, could you please improve the function so as that only the there we go. So let's try that. Now that's the first time I've ever asked ChatGPT to do something where I put the code first and the question second, but it seems to be able to do it, which is kind of cool. Oh no, what's it doing there? In the updated version, we check if it's greater than 20. Alright. So let's just see here. So what they're doing is, it looks like we've got one of these things. This is a ternary operator, you know. It's a wee bit awkward, the code. But as far as I can tell, that should be good. So let's copy that one. We'll paste it in. So display response. Okay. So there's the ternary operator. Now when you see these ternary, these look horrible. I remember I done a job in 2012 and somebody had added these and I had no clue what it was. And I remember looking up Google, like, what does a question mark mean? And what does a colon mean? I had no clue. And it caused me big problems. But if you ever see this, it's basically just an if-else statement. But it's done in shorthand. And it's one of these things that appears in all of the main programming languages. So if you're going to say, if name is John, then something like message equals hello John. Otherwise, message equals howdy, or something like that. Well, instead of doing this, you would say message equals, normally you do parenthesis, but you don't need to really. But you would just say something like name is John. Then you do a question mark. That means then. So the message would be hello John. Otherwise, remember the two dots, otherwise, the message is howdy. So this here is what's called a ternary operator, and it's just a shorthand way of doing that, and you see it everywhere. It's one of these things that you don't need to use, but you will see it everywhere, and it's just worth knowing, you know. Alright, I found out about it like yesterday or something, you know. I went years without knowing this stuff. Okay, so here we go. Shall we dance? Oh, people, do you hear me? Oh, shall we dance? Well, let's give it a wee try here. If we refresh, hit, and then submit, you can see it says 200 OK. Now, let's get our crazy biggest response ever. Let's say this 416 thing. So if we go to our API endpoint, you can see we've got some kind of process get with post going on. Now I am going to say that the code is, and we'll chuck in the crazy code. So if we refresh, go like this, and then submit, you see how it's just 416? That's kind of cool, Having said that, it feels a wee bit like a cop-out, but it's acceptable, you know. Okay, so what now? What now, I hear you say? Well, let's get rid of all of the crazy borders and everything. They have served their purpose, and I think we should definitely get rid of them. So here they all are here. All right, Smitty, consider that a tip of the day. All right, well, what do you also think of Jedi Knight or something? Well, that's a good question. I mean, in fact, I think we're going to put this one to the vote here. The question is, are Jedi Knights still cool? Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I feel about that post Star Wars. So there's our poll of the day. Let's see what they say. Now we'll head back over to this thing. And we're going to just give this a little try. Okay, so we've got a whole bunch of craziness here, like background colour. We made it go red, you remember. What else have we got? We've got some lime stuff happening. Ah, look at this. Look at this. Do you see what I mean? So let's get rid of all of this crazy styling here. Okay, so now we just need to get rid of the red. Which I think lives here. There you have it. Okay, so that's all looking pretty darn good. We can get the response headers working. We can copy the response body, view the endpoint settings, clear the params. We can do all of the stuff that you might like to do. I'm loving it. So let's go back to our API.json file here. And where it says authorization all, let's just say roles admin. So now if we go like this and submit, you've got invalid token, but rejoice, we can do all of that stuff. That's really, really great, isn't it? Isn't that fantastic? Okay, so let's call that one a little checkpoint. We're going to say get add all get commit m. So post modal now looking decent. Okay, so that's a nice wee checkpoint. We've only been on here for less than an hour, 49 minutes, and I'll tell you what, I think the finish line is in sight. This is a good time to give you a little employment update and talk a wee bit about the marketplace. Would that be okay? Let's take a little time out and we'll talk about the way things are. All right. So, looks like the jury's divided on whether or not Jedi Knights are cool, but don't worry about it. let's take 5 minutes and we'll just talk about what's going on the planet Earth. Would that be okay? All right. So, pardon me. What I say, I'm okay. If there's one thing I've learned since doing this YouTube channel, it's that when you're honest with people, you cannot go wrong, you know? I've done the videos where I come on and smoke cigars and stuff like that, or wave gold watches around and stuff. I know I've got my lucky gold microphone here, but I've done all of that and it doesn't really work, you know? People see through that. People are a lot smarter than you think, you know? But when it comes to YouTube, and I think when it comes to life, it's a good strategy to just be honest, you know? Because the real you is unique, and the real you is perfect, and the real you is the best developer in the world, or whatever, who knows what else. Anyway, so when I say what I'm about to say, I'm not saying this for sympathy, and I don't want any donations. Are you hearing me, gear? I don't want any donations here, right? If anybody donates when I say this, I'm going to boot you out, okay? So please do not do not bore me with your sympathy, and definitely don't give me any donations. But when you spend 3-4 years working on a framework, I've said before, it really, really affects your finances. In fact, it's at the stage now where, like this very room that I'm in, stuff is now going. I've already sold 2 guitars. I had loads of guitars. I'm going to have to sell another. I've sold my lucky gold coin just the other day. And when you get to the stage where you're in a room and the room's gradually getting emptier because you're having to sell stuff just to get by, you realise, holy shit, this is real. And what has been interesting to me is a couple of things. First of all, when you're in this position, you cannot afford the luxury of faffing about. So I would love to be able to say to everybody in this room, let's all start a web development business tomorrow and we'll all be equal partners in everything, and you go away and do a logo and I'll do a slogan and you do a whatever design, who knows what. I'd love to live in that world. But when the shit hits the fan, you don't have that luxury. You've basically got to just do stuff or go down. And that's the stage that I'm at. And by the way, I love it. I choose this. This is the life that I chose, and I love it. I could live like this forever and I'd be happy. The problem is it's not really sustainable. Maybe that's a good thing. So for me personally, I've got to go into that marketplace now. And when that happens, it's going to be a good thing for this framework, because it means that if I score a gig, I'll have a lifestyle that's just like earn money during the day, work on the framework at night. And that's actually better than Saturday's live coding day stuff. I really think that this could be good for the framework. But one of the things I've noticed about the marketplace since dipping my toes in is that it's been a bit of a nightmare. Now we have to keep in mind the fact that this is February. And February made me shiver with every paper I deliver. 10 points to anybody who can tell me the song, by the way. February made me shiver with every paper I deliver. Bad news on the doorstep. I couldn't take one more step. Most of you are saying, what the heck is he talking about? Anyway, we have to take into account the fact that it is February. The way that I look at things is this. There's good news and there's bad news. The good news is that all of those business owners who got forced out of business, really, because of, you know what? Well, let's just say it, because of that pandemic bullshit. Those business owners are probably still alive. I mean, I don't think they've starved to death. I actually had emails, during that phase from people that I'd built websites for, and I'd ended up on the mailing list, and an email would arrive and it'd just say, "Dear customer, we regret to say we're going out of business." It's really, really sad, And these were good businesses. I remember I built a site that I think it was top 2 on Google for the phrase discount laptops or cheap laptops. And he was a retailer, and I did a good site and everything. And now he's out of business. Ideal Leasing, who I've mentioned before here. Oh, congratulations, Ronald. Who gets it? Well done, I'm impressed. First person who got that, by the way. But in any event, it was from the song American Pie. Congratulations. Yeah, so I could list all of the businesses I know that have gone under. In fact, even my own business went under, I suppose. So it's been devastating, right? But those people are still alive. Do you hear me? They're still out there. They're breathing, and they have to get by, and they're existing and everything. I don't think they're literally starving to death. And because I know what these people are like, I'm telling you that right now they are regrouping. All of those millions of entrepreneurs who went under, they are regrouping, and they are getting ready to join the marketplace again. I think it's happening. And the bottom line is, I think that March is going to be red hot, and I'm in on it. I want to be in on the whole darn thing. Now, let me lay a straight one on you here. The web development industry has changed, because now you can land a web development gig and get paid $500, $600, $700 per day and stay at home. That's an incredible gig. If somebody offers me a gig like that, I'll take it. No questions asked, I'll take it, because it will save me a whole bunch of hassle. So I'm going to be attempting to land one of those types of gigs. Whether or not I actually get one is highly doubtful. I'm going to give it until, and this is my official plan, I'm going to do the month of March as a guy looking at the job market, trying to land one of those gigs. But I'm also going to be working on an agency. And I'm winking at you, Smitty. I'm winking at you. Anyway, I'm going to do an agency. If I don't land a job by March, by the end of March, then I am never looking for a web development job in my life ever again. Ever again. Because I'll be taking it that the universe is sending me a message, and I don't mess with the universe. When the universe sends you a message, you listen. So, that's the plan. Now, I said there was good news and bad news. The good news is all of those entrepreneurs are still there. They're still out there, and they cannot go work at McDonald's, that's for sure. They definitely are not going to go homeless and living under bridges. They're not going to go flipping burgers. They're not going to go sign on and join the unemployment line. It's just not who they are. Because those entrepreneurs are the tigers. And I'm telling you, they are regrouping. You look through the history books, and time and time we see this. Do you remember Happy Days? Do you remember Fonzie and the gang? Remember the big cars? Chuck Berry, Maybelline, Why Can't You Be True, and all of that. Those happy days happened after the Second World War. And remember the old saying, don't let a good crisis go to waste, you know? So the good news is, I think that we're going to have a red hot March. I'm an optimist. I think it's going to be fantastic. But the bad news is, I think that the job market, if I'm being honest, I don't think it's really up to much, because unfortunately, if you look at PHP, probably 90% of PHP jobs are ruined by Laravel and Symfony. I'd say about 90%. And I'm not doing Laravel and Symfony. I refuse. So what does that leave you with? WordPress and a bunch of agile bullshit, you know? I think that when you look at the web development community, very sadly, there's a lot of middle management types who have come in and sort of started to control the scene, you know. I saw somebody on LinkedIn yesterday has done a song about Agile Scrum and how great it is. What a load of bullshit. You go watch the videos with Steve Jobs and the Next team. They're on Google right here. Look up Steve Jobs brainstorming with Next. It's very inspirational. And you know what you'll never hear them talk about? Agile and Scrum and sprints and all of that horse shit. But unfortunately, our industry is being taken over by these middle manager types. These jokers who have built nothing and done nothing. And sadly, that's sort of what the job market looks like. So whilst I'm a pessimist when it comes to jobs, I'm an optimist at least when it comes to starting your own agency. When I say start your own agency, I mean your own web development company, you know. So my own personal plan is I'm going to keep on ploughing away at this. On March, I'm definitely going to run out of money. I mean, that will be the end of the road. But I think March is going to be red hot. I am going to continue with the job market. But if I have not scored by the end of March, then I'm done forever. I promise. I absolutely promise. I'm never accepting or looking for a web development job ever again. So it's March or nothing. That's the vibe. And DC has spoken. Alright, now that's what I think, but let's have a little look and we'll see what you think. Now let me know, folks, how do you feel about the IT industry? Are you feeling optimistic? Are you negative? Now we're all 50-50 on the Jedi Knights question. Let's see if we have some kind of, I don't know, light at the end of the tunnel. How do you feel about the IT industry generally? Okay, so let's just say it's going to go boom, or it's going to go bust. Alright, that's about the best way I can put it. Let me know what you think. Now, I'm an optimist overall, but I'm somewhat pessimistic about middle managers ruining web development. It's kind of a nuanced thing. And of course, you can leave your own comments and everything and let us know what you have. Now, Smitty here says, I heard from a friend say the financial market will grow gradually. Do you know, I did a video, Smitty, about 2-3 weeks ago for the private members channel, and I regret it. And nobody responded because I think everybody knew it was a terrible video. And I was talking about how I'm such a pessimist. And I was wrong. I think that there's a secret recovery going on. Just last week, the FTSE got 8,000 points for the first time in history. I think that there could... Actually, I think there is a secret recovery. All of this doom and gloom stuff, I've had it with that, you know. Anyway, he's big into stock trading. So let's hear this message again. He heard from a friend who said the financial market will grow gradually. Might take about 0 years to build back up. Well, I guess that's a typo. Oh, 10 years. Okay, right, got you. 10 years, at least for America. He's big into stock trading. Interesting. Interesting. Now, as far as our vote here, we have no opinions. No opinions. Anyway, Kyle says, I made a product because I was not using AWS, Google, or Azure. I believe it won't be for consideration for use. I made a product. Pardon me, I read it wrong. I made a product. Let's get the voice, shall we? Where are we? Hang on.
I believe it won't be for consideration for use.
Let me see if I can do this. I don't know why I don't use this more often.
I made a product, but because I was not using AWS, Google, or Azure, I believe it won't be for consideration for use.
Oh, right, okay. What was the product? I mean, don't give us your ideas. We'll all steal them. But can you say generally what it was, like in the most general terms possible? Be interesting to know. And look at you optimists there. So far, 100% of you think that the IT industry is about to go boom, which is good to hear. We need a little bit of optimism around here, you know. I apologise if I've seemed pessimistic from time to time, you know. Well, Smitty says the question is when's it going to start? Look, I don't have a crystal ball, but I reckon March is going to be red hot. Oh, right, animal management system. Well, I wouldn't touch it personally, but I hope it's good. Whatever it is. Anyway, I use pure PHP, Cuckoo says, and I'm having great results. Only PHP, JS, HTML, and CSS. Well, you know something, Cuckoo? You are part of a new generation of developers, and others just don't get it. They don't see your genius. But I want you to know that we see your genius, and we appreciate that. All the best to you, man, and all the best to everyone out there who has a dream and an idea, like Kyle here, with his system. All right, so with your permission, would you mind if we just moved on a wee bit, and I'll see if I can get this wretched thing finished? Okay, so what we're going to do then is we're going to get this thing working, okay? Now here we've got, that's interesting. Do you see how we've got this error here? This is being caused by Chrome extensions. Unfortunately, I think it's being called by LastPass. So let me just refresh. Okay, here we go. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Excellent, excellent. Right, so we've got this get by post thing going on here. And if we look at the one that we had previously, you'll notice that if we do something like create and click, it gives us a little bit of JavaScript to get started, but we don't have that with the get by post thing. But what we're going to do is we'll bypass our authorization here, and let's just see if we can get this working. So if we say something like ID is 2, okay, and then if we submit, hit bypass token, submit. Right, so it's not adding in those parameters here. Not at all. So what we're going to do then is we're going to intercept this submit thing here. If we look at submit, you'll see that it's, what is it doing? Okay, I think that there's an event listener on it. So if we go to the, let's have a wee look here. Right, Open API Tester. it calls build modal post. Here's build modal post, and that calls a thing called create submit button, and the submit button has got an on click of submit request, right? So here it is, right here it is, and right around here you can see that we've got this. Now I'm going to console.log. I'm just going to say get the params yabas, and then I'll hit return, right? So that means that if we bring up our console, click this little beauty here, hit submit, you'll see that it says get the params yabas. So here's what we have to do then. We're going to start off by going into this text area here, which is called params input. So we're going to say okay, let's inspect, let's get this here, and let's copy the outer HTML. I think it's about time we have a little word with the employee of the month here. So we're going to say I have a text area with the following HTML. I have a let me get the submit button here. So let's just copy that. And we'll say I also have the following submit button. Okay. An event listener has been added to the submit button. When the submit button is clicked, a function called submit request is invoked. Now let's get the, I'm trying my best to ask it a clear question here. So okay, so let me get back in here and we'll say so far submit request has the following code. So we're going to say const params input is document get element by ID params input. So now, can you improve submit request so that it does the following? 1. Reads the value from submit from the text area. 2. Trims the value from the text area. 3. If the text area is empty, produces a console log that says empty vibe. We can work with that, right? If the text area is not empty, then the JavaScript attempts evaluates the context of the text area to see if it is valid JSON. If it is, if the trimmed contents is valid JSON, then we console.log ahoy. However, if the contents are not valid JSON, I want an alert that says invalid JSON. That's it. Okay, oh, you miserable thing. Here we go. So kind of a detailed question, but I don't think it should be any problems here. Let's give it a little go, and here we go. It's our new employee of the month. Web development, as we know it, has changed forever, ladies and gentlemen. And on this channel, we are at the bleeding edge. We've certainly learned a lot, haven't we? I mean, it turns out that we cannot use this thing to build the complete apps, but we can use it for kind of boilerplate stuff, you know. So let's now go. Here's our submit request here, right? You can see a whole lot of stuff happening. Now, this thing right here. Okay. Do you see how we've got this here? Now, I've called it submit request. What I think we should do is the following. See where it says get the params yabas? Let's just say, now hold on. Let's say const params object equals, now we'll say get params from text area. There we go. Okay. Now let's console.log params object, and let's also console.log type of params object. And then see how that says get params from text area? Let's rename the function that we just got like so, and where it says empty vibe we will return false, and where it says ahoy we will return parsed JSON. Alright, something like that, you know. Okay, now this is not going to be perfect, but hopefully it will get us out of the starting blocks. That's all we're looking for. So if we bring up our little console here, and if we go like that, and then hit submit, you can see that it says empty vibe, and then it says false, right? Now let's do it again, and this time we're going to say ID is 2, like that, and we're going to go like that, and now you can see that we've got an object here. But if we do invalid stuff, it says invalid JSON, but unfortunately it does the post again, you know. So what we'll do with that is we're going to say Right, well, if it's empty, maybe we can just return an empty string. But if it's invalid JSON, we can return false. Then we could go up here, and we could say if params object is false. Now I'm just going to say console.log, what are you playing at? And then we'll do return. I really hope that that's going to stop this. It might not though, but let's just see if we can. So here we go. Here's some invalid stuff, right? Going to hit submit. It says, what are you playing at? And it does appear to be stopping, which is kind of cool. Now, if we do it empty, maybe not. Right, so we could say if okay, one moment. So if we do that, do you see how that says Boolean? So we could say if, let's do a double condition here. So we could say if the type of params object is Boolean and the params object is false, then we do what are you playing at. So that means that if we do this and it's empty, it posted it across there, right? But if we have this, it just says what are you playing at. Let me show you again. So if we go like that, it says what are you playing at and it stops. But if we have it empty, it does the post. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Alright, now instead of saying what are you playing at, we're going to alert invalid JSON. So if we go like this and somebody messes this up, hit submit, you'll see that it says invalid JSON, and there you go, all day long. But it's only when we empty it or do valid JSON, then we're cool, you know. Alright. So, attempt build params object. Let's see what you got for me. Oh, right, okay. Here's a chat. My weakness in web development has always been web design, says Smitty. So I've been developing those skills lately, in fact. Well, that's cool. Web design is like, how can I put this? I don't view it as an artistic process. I view it as a step-by-step thing. It's like you follow the dots, you know. So if you take, for example, let's have a wee web design interlude for a minute. If you take the top PHP frameworks, right? So we've got Laravel, right? Now, what do you notice here when you look at them? Look at the colours. It's like orange or red or something. Same with this, black, orange. Here's one that looks pink. Here's purple. Here's a kind of green. A little bit of orange. What's the one colour that we're missing? That's right. The one colour that we're missing is blue. And so what you do is you build a framework and you make it blue. You see how the logo's blue? This is textbook marketing here. And so when it comes to design, I'm not saying, oh, I like blue or anything like that. Instead, I'm looking at what everyone else is doing, and it's like, okay, I'm going to be the blue one, you know? Do you know what I mean? So You can go through the whole design process. Let's imagine, for example, that you're doing a web design for a bank, right? So the bank has hired you and they want you to design a website. You say then, okay, what is the one thing that you want the bank to convey above all else? And it's probably trustworthiness. So then if you think of a real bank, so let's just think of a bank here. Name any bank. You know what, let's just say top banks, right? So here's JP Morgan coming out at the top here. Now I've probably been on it, but I can't remember being on it. But if we look at the JP Morgan site, and again, I've not been on it, but look at that font. I know it's a bit blurry here, but it's really traditional. This is like part of the DNA of civilization. That's the message they're coming out with here. You can imagine that engraved on a trophy or a medal or something. It's traditional. It's part of the fabric of society. Look at the blue colour they use. Blue is the colour of trustworthiness. Do you see what I'm saying? Now, interestingly, here they've gone for a much bigger and bolder font. It looks almost like an Arial bold or something like that. I'm not sure if it is, but that's another angle that you can go for. So, if you take Bank of America, and again, I don't know what their site looks like, but here with Bank of America, they're going for all capital letters. US flag, or at least an attempt at one, a simplified one. All bold, equal spacing, simple, no bullshit. It's the no bullshit bank, you know? And so, compare that to something like Coca-Cola. This was voted one of the, I think, the best logo of all time. Now, what does that font say to you? What does it say? Well, we've got red, which is the colour of power and energy. And then we've got this really kind of flowery, flowing, fun-looking logo. It's almost like it's got movement and action. And that's what that logo says. It's fun. It's exciting. This stuff is going to make you feel great. It's making me want to take a sip of this stuff here, you know. And so, at no point are good designers saying, oh, well, I like that logo and maybe that'll look nice and maybe we'll use this colour. Maybe this is going to look kind of good. No! From the layout to the logo to the colour scheme to the calls to action, all of this stuff is stuff that can be put through a step-by-step process. I actually employed a developer full-time for a while when I had an agency, and we used to have a sheet of questions. I mean, it sounds patronising, but it works. We had a sheet of questions and answers that we used to go through whenever we had a design, and it was like, what are the main selling points of of this business? Is there anyone in a similar business, not the same, but a similar business who is dominating? What colour scheme do they use? What layout do they use? What font would convey this message? What are the primary calls to action and the secondary calls to action? Blah, 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 blah. And it was about a sheet of about this long, maybe 10 or 11 questions. And by the time you went through those questions, you had the design. It basically was like, okay, we need a green layout, we need this, that, and it takes care of itself, you know? And developers who say I'm rubbish at design, they probably think that they're being, I don't know, offering some degree of humility or something, but no, man, you're shooting yourself on the foot, because this is all stuff that you can learn really, really easily. Trust me, you're a lot better at this than you actually think. All right. So that's my little design spiel. Now, back to this code here. You can see that we are getting our params object here, right? So there's our params object. Now, I'm going to also say okay, let me just say else if. I think that's how you do else if. So let's just say else if params object does not equal an empty string. This means that we can say const params equals no, we can't. Forgive me. Let me go down here. Okay, let me go all the way down here. And I'm just going to console.log. Hello. Alright, here we go. So if we do that, submit, you can see that it says hello and it says empty vibe, right? Now, where the heck is empty vibe coming from? Alright, here it's right here. So we'll take that out. And actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll take it out. And then we'll go right up here. Right here where it says hello. Now I'm going to console.log a little old bunch of arrows here. Plus params object. So if we save, go like that. Now it says there that params object is not defined. So what's happening here is this is all to do with scope. So we've got a choice. I think if we say var params object, it will be available. Let me just check. It does, right? Okay, that's good. So it's one of these rare situations in life where it's actually useful. Yeah, it's useful to just use var instead of let or const because it's got a bigger scope, you know. So here we are here. And what we're going to do is we're going to say if params object does not equal that, then we're going to say http dot send json dot stringify params object, otherwise http dot send, and that, my friends, is the code. So now we're going to try this. Now you can see that we've got a whole bunch of results turning up. If we now say something like ID is assigned to, I cannot type to, can you see that? So if we do that, there it is. It completely works. How you like me now? How do you like me now? Oh people, do you hear me? Now we can even do things like order by, and maybe just say something like ID descending. And what you'll find, see how it goes 3, 2, 1. How cool is that? How cool is that? So that might even be worth a little commit, you know. So that's really great. That is really, really great. So again, if we say something like ID, now here's an error. You see it says invalid JSON. But now if we say something like ID is 3, close this thing off. Now we're going to submit. And there you have it. If we do an invalid number, it just returns an empty array. So this is perfect. Now, I want to get this clear parameters working. So let's do that. You can see that what this is doing is it's looking at the form builder rows and it's attempting to remove them. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to look at this thing here. So we're going to just say const params input is document get element by ID params input. Now if we say params input dot value is empty, so now I'm going to go like this, adding in some parameters, and if I hit clear, do you see how it clears them? That's what we're talking about. But if we have an invalid ID, you'll see that it says cannot set properties of null. Now there's a few different ways of doing that. I'm going to go to the employee of the month and ask what the best way of handling this is. So I'm going to just say I have some JavaScript code that clears a text area. Here's my code. However, I only want this code to be invoked if the element how can I improve the code so that it only attempts to clear the element if it exists? One of the things that bothers me about JavaScript is there's too many ways of doing the same thing. Like you could say, here you go, add a null check. You could have said undefined. I think you could even say if and then say params input. I think that's 3 ways of doing it. And I'm not entirely sure what the best way would be. They've gone for the real simple one here. If params input, which is fair enough. So let's just say if params input, then the value goes like that. Okay, so here we go. If we now go like this, we'll just give this a little test here. ID is 3. So you'll see that it only returns where the ID is 3. If we clear the parameters, there they go. And I tell you what, that is looking fantastic. There's our response headers. I mean, it's just perfect. We can copy the response body. And oh, no, I just realized something there. Did you see the mistake, by the way? Your current token has a token in it. But yeah, but we have to deal with that. So let me just go to init bypass auth. Now, there was a thing that we did earlier on whereby we added a click. I don't know if you remember. Here it is here. So we did that, right? But we should also clear this thing here when you think about it. So that is the token value thing. Now that's 378. I'm going to just look at token value. Okay, so let me just say around about here. Const, now we're looking at this token value, so I'll just say const token value element is document get element by ID. It's called token value, and then we'll just say token value element inner HTML is empty. Alright, so what that's going to do then is when we bypass authorization, do you see how we've got our token here? And if I take myself out of this screenshot thing, look on the top right hand side. You should just about be able to see that we've got a little token hiding up here on the top right hand side. But when we submit, it does its thing and then it clears the token, which is really cool. I'm loving that. Okay, so that is us now. Let's just do a little commit here, shall we? So we're going to just say git add all, then git commit now successfully posting params from the post modal. All right. Now, let's see if we can take this a wee bit further. Supposing we wanted to limit the results to 2, let's try that. So I'll just say limit 2, and we'll bypass authorization, and look at that, it works. Let's now also say offset 1. So if we submit, oh, invalid JSON. And I tell you what, that is really, really good. So now if we say offset is 2, I think that's just brilliant. Now we can also do things like order by. And we'll say that order by is something like ID descending, or yeah, ID descending, bypass authorization. And now it's saying that the ID is 1. So that is awesome. I mean, holy moly, what a lucky bunch. Well done us. I think that is really, really great. Okay, so we are definitely making progress today. I think that that's looking rather good. And it's a shame it took so long, but it's really going to be worth it. Because I'm telling you folks, this is arguably the most important feature of the whole framework, and it has to be done right. We must follow industry standards. Do you know what I'm saying? All right. So, what now? Well, I think the next thing to do is, this is the tricky stuff actually. We've got a params builder that looks a little bit like this. So we can click and we can say something like ID is greater than 2, and then maybe hit submit. You get the idea, right? But the challenge is we have to turn this stuff into parameters. And not only that, but we have to also figure out how to get those parameters added onto the URL segments here. This is going to be quite difficult, and I'm definitely going to have to call upon our employee of the month to do this. So what I think I'm going to do is have a new chat here, and with your permission I'm going to take just a 5 or 10 minute break just to walk around the block, clear my head. This part coming up is without question the most difficult part of today's activities, turning this into real parameters that follow industry standards. You know what I mean? So that's what we're going to be building, and if possible we'll do some backwards compatibility as well. Is that fair enough? All right. So, oh, there's another chat GPT. That's pretty cool. Thanks for letting us know. We'll check that out at some point. Well, folks, I'm going to take a wee break. I will be back in about 10 minutes. I'll give you a wee bit of music. And when we come back, we will definitely nail this other stuff, okay? So let's do that. And here we go. I'll stick a wee bit of the relaxed movement music or whatever it is one more time, if that's okay. Alright. Okay, I'll be back in about 10 minutes, alright? Alright folks, welcome back. We are back and I appreciate you hanging about. I can see that we have a few of you still around and that's not good. Right, let's have a look. Right. I have no idea what you're talking about, but written in Rust, something about a desktop app. Well, I don't know what that means, but I guess I'm coming into the conversation a bit cold. Anyway, hopefully it's nothing to do with our desktop app. Now, shall we move forward with this thing of ours? So what we're going to do is we're going to get this thing generating parameters from these drop downs here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, it's going to be chat GPT all the way, and tell you what, let's just copy this out to HTML and we're going to train this thing up, right? So here we go. Hi, I am building an API manager that lets developers test their API endpoints. This is for a website that uses PHP and JavaScript. Okay, my API manager web page has a dynamic table that allows users to declare and set any parameters. My API manager, they wish to have added to the URL for GET requests. Okay, so here's the code for the dynamic table. Can you guess what it does? We're all being nice and patronizing here, right? This seems to work somehow when you when you assume the tone of a patronizing guy, you know. So it creates a table. The table has 4 columns. Okay. Okay. You are almost 100% correct. I had added some rows just to table rows just to give you an idea of how it works. However, by default, the params table will initially have the following code. Alright, so we're training it up here. Here we go. Thank you for clarifying. So the initial code for the dynamic row has only one row, which is the magic row, blah 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 blah. Okay. Correct. There's just a couple more details that I'd like to make you aware of. Firstly, the options that are available in the key drop down correspond with table columns from the database. However, the 3 columns, the 3 options of limit, offset, and order by relate to the query that should be executed. Here's the JavaScript code for generating the key drop down. Alright, so we're basically training this thing up, right? Thanks for the additional details. Excellent. All right, here we go. 1 reads the added. Alright, let's see if we can do this, right? So here we go. This is us now pretty much depending on this thing, and I really hope that it can do this. We're getting a long pause here, but here we go. So this is quite difficult, you know. We're not messing about here. And if it can do this, I think it's going to be absolutely awesome. Okay, now I really don't know what it's doing here. I actually think that I've given it the wrong question. Okay. Just an example function, and it assumes that the table rows have the correct structure and classes. You may need to adjust the function to match the actual structure and classes of your table rows. Thank you. That's great. Can I ask you to repeat the task, but with one critical change? This time, I want you to assume that we are going to execute an HTTP GET request. Now, for the submit request function, instead of building up a JavaScript object, that was an error, I'd like you to build a string that represents that could potentially be added onto a URL so that we produce a meaningful GET request that respects the parameters that have been potentially set by the user. For example, if the user declares params of ID equal to 3, the string to be added to the URL would be $ID equals 3. For all of the strings that are produced, I'd like you to follow industry standards. This means I'd like you to produce URLs that are consistent There's the question. And what an incredible question it is. So everything I've done up until the last 8 days has led up to this. And it's going to follow RESTful API standards. That's why we did this. This, can you believe it? This is 8 days work you're looking at here. That's excellent. That is really, really great. The question is, does it work? That looks good. However, before I test it, I have a question. The question is, will this be consistent with industry standards with regards to how limit, offset and order by are added to the query string? For instance, do other popular API management applications express limit in capital letters? It's extremely important for our query string to follow industry standards. Yes, you're right. In industry standard, URL query parameters are case sensitive, and the convention is to use lower string letters for query parameters. Here's an updated version that conforms to industry standards. That's good. That looks excellent. All right. So that looks really, really good. Now let's see what we can do with this thing. I'm quite excited here, so I want to just okay, so we're going to this submit request thing here. Now here, what we're going to do is we're going to, right here, we're going to attempt to build query string based on the params builder table rows. So if we go downstairs here, you can see that we've got build query string. Now, funnily enough, build query string accepts table rows. So, how do we do that? Well, we can say const table rows is document get elements by class name. If we look at our API Explorer here, you'll notice that these have all got classes of form, builder, row. So now we're going to say build a query string based on the table rows. And we're going to say const query string is that. And then I'm going to just console.log query string is, and let's just chuck in query string. And then we'll console.log query string has a length of, and we'll just say query string.length. Okay, so fingers crossed, this is a huge moment. So let's just try ID is 3, nice and simple. Damn. Right, let me just console.log json.stringify rows and then hit return. Simple as that, right? Now, cannot read property of length. Okay. So I'll take this out. Give this another wee try. Okay. That's not good. That is really not good. So I'm really quite nervous about that. Unfortunately, I'm getting an error. Here's how I call the function. The error I'm getting is The issue seems to be with calling to lowercase on an undefined value. Check if the op value is defined. What is it talking about? Yeah, that might work. But this is not going to work either. Oh, I think it maybe did work. Okay, so let's try this. Oh, thank heavens. That's really great. Okay, let's try something else. Task title equals. Okay, that's good. That's really, really good. Thank you. That fixed the error. However, we still appear to have one more challenge. Pardon me. It's to do with the formatting of the query string. If I choose ID equals 3 and task title is watch more TV, then the query string that is produced is if I choose ID is less than 3, as you can see, this query string does not follow industry standards. The reason why it does not follow industry standards is because it has erroneous characters such as the space. I really need to make sure that the URL strings that Alright. This is it. So here's an updated version. Alright, let's just copy that. So we're going to go back to our build query string. This is one of these rare moments where I feel as if I'm a wee bit at the mercy of this chat GPT thing. Do you know what I mean? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Now, hold on a second. Let me try something else. Yeah, I think that is working. All right. Oh, no, it's certainly getting a bit more advanced here, isn't it? This is certainly... This is very advanced now. Have a look at this. So let's copy that. And we'll call this our third attempt. Here comes the fourth attempt at this thing. Starting to get quite advanced here. So let's try this again. We'll say ID is less than 3. And we'll say that task title is like the word more. Now, all right. Here we go. We are really pushing this thing, I think, pretty close to the limits of what it can handle here, you know. Call me arrogant, but this is quite an in-depth little thing, you know. We're asking it to not only write the function, but to write the function and conform to industry standards. Let me know if this works or if you have any other questions. Now that is totally different from the one that it had before. So I'm going to predict what this is going to do, and I'm predicting failure. I am predicting that this one is going to still give us the less than symbol. So if I go like this, ID less than 3, we should not have less than. No. Alright. Well, at least we got some good music. Okay, this looks really, really promising. This looks really good now. I've got a feeling it might have it. So here we go again. I'm feeling good about this one. Okay. So what are we doing here? If we look at this, it's actually an operator drop down. I'm apologizing to the API. Alright. Now, what is this thing doing? I don't see where it's checking. Ah, okay. Well, it says it's checking for the existence of the operator, I have a bad feeling about this one. No chance. Alright. So what I'm going to do then is... This is starting to get a bit desperate. Alright, let's try that. Okay, so what it's doing then is it's suggesting. Do you see how this is the same? So we're basically adding in this console.log statement, and it's asking me to run it with that to see what it says, right? So we'll have ID less than 3, we'll hit submit. Okay. Here we go again. What a gig, yeah? What a gig. Okay. Let's just see if it figures out what that means. Alright, so now I'm going to get Postman up. And we're going to get these industry standards. It's kind of a shame that I have to spell all of this stuff out, you know? So if we say something like ID is 3, there we've got ID is 3, right? Now if we say something like task title is watch more TV. Now that's a wee bit unfortunate. So in Postman, how do we do a GET request where ID is less than 3? Postman less than operator. Expressions and operators. Okay. Alright, vague answer. Now, before I just say that dumb comment, does anybody have any ideas? No. Okay. RESTful API, how to do less than operator on GET request. So Okay. Okay. Encoded URL component. Did it not add that? Encoded URI component. No, I don't know if that's going to do it. Alright, thanks, Chris. Alright. Regarding industry standards, there are various resources available, such as the open source API specification. Okay, well, thank you, Chris. That was a great comment. Chris is helping both ChatGPT and me, and I'm super grateful. Here's to you, Chris. We certainly need all the help we can get. Now, the problem here is it has now given us this, which is shorter. So, if we look at the operator, All right. Okay. Okay, so the ID is good. The task title. That's meant to say watch. Now if we do like. Okay. Ah, jeez. We really are going round in circles here, aren't we? Chris is right. Here's a function to encode the. But I think we've now fixed that. If I show you here, and Chris was indeed right, but you can see that it's now given us this %3C thing, which is what we need, you know. So I think we're building back up to something that's usable here. No. It keeps on doing this. It keeps on doing this. This is hopeless. I don't think it's going to work. So it's given us the bullshit query string again. Alright. So basically, the thing messed up there, and I think it's lost. I honestly think that this chat GPT thing is gone. So, what I think we should do is the following. So what they're doing here, do you see this part right here? So if we go like this, that's basically taking the same thing except we're chucking the like inside the percent things, you know. So if we say ID is less than 3, then we say something like task title is like whatever, submit. Oh gee. All right. Okay, right. So we'll call that one done. Alright, so now we're going to have a little conversation. In general, the issue of whether or not an app follows industry standards is not binary. Now, we're all learning today, right? While some standards are considered mandatory and non-negotiable, there are often variations in how individual developers or teams choose to implement certain standards or guidelines. Additionally, some standards are considered more of a best practice or recommendation than a hard rule. For example, HTTP status codes are well established. However, there may be different approaches to handling errors. Similarly, okay, fine. In short, while the industry standards okay. Thank you. Hopefully by now you have some idea about the kinds of URL strings that are to be So I'm basically asking it, is this okay? Alright, so let's look up this Open API specification. Alright, so now we're really finding out what it knows. Here's some key points to keep in mind. Use lowercase letters in the URL path. Avoid using uppercase letters, underscores, or any special characters except for hyphens or dots. Use plural nouns to describe collections. We do that. Use specific IDs. We do that. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Okay, so I am now going to ask you, the room, if you are happy. And you're optimistic about the IT industry, which is good to know. Are you satisfied that our new API manager follows industry standards to an acceptable level? Okay, it's all I've got room to type in. So it's up to you folks. We can keep going with this or we can declare victory. It's all up to you. Let's see what you think. We are having a vote. And the vote is on. So let me know what you think. I'll be watching with interest here. So please do vote if you can. And if you have any questions, just let me know. Now, here's what we've got. We're in the business of producing URLs, actually stuff that can get added to a URL. And you can see the format that we're using here. Now, okay, somebody says it doesn't, and comments are welcome. Let me know what you think. Alright, folks, I'm going to wait. We've only got 2 votes here. I'm going to wait a few minutes. If nothing's in, then I'll just end the live stream, and I'll wish you all the best of luck. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do with this one, and I appreciate everybody voting here. There appears to be standards. Now here they are, and it's a friggin' book. If you want to read all of that, be my guest. But I asked the Chat GPT thing if following standards is a binary thing or not. So in other words, can we get within a range of acceptability? Chat GPT says that it says that it's not a binary thing. In other words, we can get to a certain range of acceptability. And in fact, if we look at some of the key points here, we're already adhering to pretty much all of these. In fact, I'll go through them for you. Lowercase letters in the URL path. So, well, that does apply for our URLs if we're not talking about the additional segments. Plurals, we do that. Specific IDs to identify resources, we do that. Query parameters and the filters, blah 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 blah, we do that. Path to separate variables within the URL path, we don't do that. But then again, we actually do, I think, if we do the find by type thing. So we kind of do that. Verbs, we do that. And we also follow the codes. We actually do all of these, you know. The point where I was not entirely sure was when it comes to generating these additional parameters here, you know. Maybe we can ask for some help with that. Great. Now can you give me some guidance on how query param Alright, so let's do that. Okay. Alright, so here we are. We've got a bit more guidance here. So they should be key value pairs and they come after the question mark. We do that, right? They should have a default value included in the URL, even if it's not specifically set. It can be repeated. For example, multiple search terms can be specified. And the URL is a comma separated list. It should be URL encoded. And it should be, I don't know what that means. Query parameters should be described using the parameters property. Alright, you know what? I'm feeling quite comfortable with this and I appreciate the votes. I think that we're going to have something here that's pretty darn usable, you know? So I'm feeling okay about this. So give me just 5-10 minutes or something. I'm just going to get something to eat and I'll be right back, okay? But thanks a lot for voting. I really, really appreciate it. Alright folks, well it's a huge thank you to everybody for voting on the poll there. I can see that 80% of you are saying that you're satisfied that we are following industry standards to an acceptable level. And I really appreciate that. I know that this is a wee bit dull, some of this stuff. It's not the most exciting thing in the world, right? But it's worth getting right. Now, if you look at the Employee of the Month, it's saying here that it's worth noting that the specific syntax can vary depending on the API or the implementation. So, with that being the case, I'm going to end this poll and I'm going to say a huge thank you. And that's pretty cool. Now, Chris said the like case looks suspicious because it will include like too. Well, again, it looks as if we have a look at the... Well, first of all, actually, let me show you the old one and I'll show you what we're fixing here, right? So this is the old, or should I say the current implementation. Now, if I say ID is, let's say, less than 3, And then I'll say that the, I think it's job title here, is going to be Here We Go Again. Now if I hit submit on this, you know, it says invalid JSON. Okay, so the ID less than 3 broke it. Let's just change that to ID is 3. Now look at the crazy URL string. This is what people are using. I'll copy it and show you it. So if you look at that, we've got things like this stupid underscore thing. That was me. That was me. And it was really, really daft, you know. So that is indeed a problem. Now with the new one, if we hit submit, well, you'll see that we've got task underscore title equals. Now if I do an underscore, it's, let's say for example, we say something like rock and roll. These are underscores, right? If we submit, it now just adds the underscore. It also adds our percentages around the like statement. And I think everything is just looking pretty good, you know. Now, let's simplify and imagine that we're saying that the ID is less than 3 and we hit submit here. Okay. So, thank you. Let's now imagine that I query an endpoint and the following string has been added to the URL. Can you understand what the additional URL string means? Now we know what it means. It means the ID is less than 3, right? Okay. Now, let's assume that the website uses PHP. Does PHP have a function that can translate the encoded URL strings? So here we go. I think it's got to be URL decode or something, right? Here's an example. That's perfect. So it's as simple as that, folks, right? So URL decode is our best friend. So now let's just power through this now that we know what's happening, okay? So the new one is going to go like this. You can see that we're adding on a string here. Now, let's find where that thing lives. So we've got build query string. I'm going to actually do a commit here. So git add all, git commit built function for creating query string from params builder table. All right. Now we had a lot of duff runs there. Let's just delete them all. Look at all of the failed attempts we had. That's like several hundred rows worth. Maybe 200-300, I don't know. Anyway, there we go, right? Let's commit frequently. Okay. So, we've got a thing now that is for building a query string. And here it is right here, okay? Now, in instances where the query string is empty, we will have something like this. Query string has a length of 0, right? So what we're going to do then is the following. If the query string dot length is greater than 0, then we're going to add query string to URL segments. And we're going to add in, of course, our query string. Okay. Now, let's just go like this. So we're going to be looking at this URL segments here. Okay. Now, we've got these endpoint segments. Let me do a wee search for segments, if you will. Okay, so you can see that this is adding on URL segments here. Question is, where do the URL segments come from? Well, looks like it's a thing called endpoint URL. And I don't know where that is. So endpoint URL okay. Now I've just noticed something. If we do a post request, you'll see that that still says get. That is an error. So do you see this thing here? Text content. We're going to say function get root endpoint URL. And we're going to say const root endpoint URL equals blah. Now I'm going to return that. So I'm going to take this out of here. And I'm going to say endpoint URL set attribute no text content equals, and let's just say get root endpoint URL, and we'll even take this thing out. Now it should say blah, right? And it does. You see it says / blah. So of course what we're actually going to do is something like this. So when we go like that, we've now got a meaningful endpoint URL here. Of course, I'm gonna console.log json.stringify current endpoint. So let's do that. So as we bring this up, you can see that we've got a whole bunch of stuff going on, but you can see that one of the things that we've got is the request type. So that would be a GET request, for example. If we look at something like this PUT request here, you can see that the request type says PUT. Now, if I go to the existing example that we've got, and we look at, let's say, a PUT request here, it's actually an entirely different bunch of URL segments. But you know what? We'll come up to that later on. Let me just see what we got here to work with. So that's actually, can you believe it? We've got the URL segments. So if I just say root endpoint URL, so const root endpoint URL is current endpoint, and then I'm just going to add in URL segments. There you go. Now let's just give this a wee try. So we refresh, we hit this. Now that looks beautiful, right? And as we go to something like this, count tasks, there you go. Do you see how it's adding that in? It's absolutely perfect. That's really, really great. Okay, so that is us now getting the root endpoint URL. That's what we're doing there, and it's really, really cool. Now, back over to the get thing here. So, pardon me. So what we want to do then is probably figure out when does this thing get updated. And I reckon it should be on blur. Do you know what I mean? So if we take this thing here, now I am going to copy that out of HTML. I'm going to go to the employee of the month, and I'm going to say I have a table with a bunch of rows. Each row has the following element. How can I add an on blur event onto each of those? I want when the user no Now what's the name? Alright, here we go. I think it's going to do an event listener. And I must say, ChatGPT has been good, but sometimes it does seem to slow you down a wee bit, you know? Okay. Okay, so what it's doing here is this is the bit that we're interested in. So basically what we're looking for is, if we look at transform row, this is building up the third table cell. So there's a key. Hold on a minute. That actually should not say. All right. Okay, so let me just change this. Const value input is document create element input value input set attribute type is text value input set class list add value input set attribute autocomplete is off value input value is empty value input set attribute placeholder so now we've done that and we're going to say third table cell append child value input. So let's take this out, do a wee X so we know that it's working. So if we go like that, you can see that is perfect. Okay, so now that we've added this value input here, now we can add in our event listener. So we go like this, add event listener, change. Now this is gonna attempt. Ah, geez. Alright, let's just call it attempt build query string, right? Attempt build query string. So we've got build query string. Let's give it that. Now the first thing that we have to do here is figure out what the table rows are. So you can see right here, so we've got table rows is that, then build query string with the table rows. Now when we do that, we want to add the query string to the URL segments. We shouldn't actually have this here. This should be inside the build query string. So inside build query string, this is our build query string. So we go like this, and if that query string is greater than 0, we add the query string to the URL segments. Now where are the URL segments? Well, it's this thing here. Now this is an ID. Oh, wrong one. This one right here. So we're going to say const endpoint segments element is document get element by ID of that. Let's just say endpoint segments element inner text equals. Now we'll chuck in the query string, which is not entirely correct, but let's just see if we can get a basic version of this working. So if we do that, and then we say something like ID is 3, you can see that it added it here. Now, unfortunately, I'm not sure about this event listener, you know. So the event listener is change. So that is pretty good. However, I'm not sure if I have added the correct event listener. It seems to only invoke the function upon blur events. I want it to invoke the function whenever the value changes. All right. Well, ask it about parse string. I'd rather not. And how are you doing, Richard? Nice to see you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So what it has done now is it has just said event listener input. Now, I've never used that in my life. I have no idea what that even does, but let's try it anyway. So if we say something like ID is 3, did you see how it changed that here? And then if we go task title equals whatever, do you see it adding it? Now if we delete that, aha! Now when we delete these rows here, which right, let's look at the remove row thing, because that is also going to do that, you know. So let's look at this delete row. Here it is right here. So we're going to just go like that. So check this out, right? Keep your eye on this URL segments here. So if we say ID is 3, do you see how it adds it? Then we're going to say task title like, I'll just say watch more TV. Do you see how it's adding on to the URL segment? Now if we delete, it takes it off. Now if we do clear parameters, it does not take it off. So let's look at the clear parameters thing. Okay, so we've got these form builder rows, right? Now what we're going to do is we're going to say if form builder rows dot length is greater than 0, then we run this little beauty. So what that means is if we say ID is, let's say 3, task title is whatever, if I clear the parameters, keep an eye on this URL segments. Oh, you miserable swine. Let's do that again. Now it says 2. I've got you. So the problem is that, right, what we need to do is the following. Const num form builder rows equals form builder rows dot length. And so what we have to do is wait until it's finished the delete stuff, which is probably about here. So this will work. So keep an eye on this as we hit clear parameters. Oh, you miserable thing. Oh, do you know what? Wrong thing. It's this. Here we go again. Maybe I need to do a set timeout. Give the page a little moment to just settle down, you know? Okay, so let me look at attempt build query string. So build query string takes all of these table rows here. Now, if the query string length is greater than 0, we add blah 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 blah. We can actually take that out. Now, what that's going to do, that's it. That's it. Now, I don't think that we need the set timeout here. So that was on the... You see this thing here? But maybe we do. I'll just test it. Yeah, that's really good. That is really, really good. So let's look at attempt build query string. Now, what that does is it runs this build query string, and then you can see that it runs add query string to URL segments. Now, what we should be doing here is saying const root endpoint URL is current endpoint URL segments. And so the inner text is going to be the root endpoint URL joining on the query string. So here we go. You can see that this says get tasks. So as we all right. Right, that's good. That's perfect. So we've now got the URL segments working fantastically well. And let's have a little target URL as this, and then we'll do this, and then return the target URL. No reason why not. So if we now look at something like submit request, if it's a get request, Now I'm going to just you can see that this is building up a request to the target URL. So I'm going to console.log. Hey man, the target URL is target URL. So if we go like this, it says, hey man, the target URL is blah 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 blah. Okay, 1 minute. Now you can see that we've got this query string here. So let's assume that we say let target URL is that. Then let's go to the bit that says hey man, and then maybe we can see here that the target URL also equals the query string. So what does that do? Well, get tasks, and then you can see the ID. So that is fantastic. Really, really great. I think that's awesome. Okay. Pardon me. Holy moly. Alright. So that's looking great. And of course we can do anything you like at this point. So that looks good. I think that is looking very good indeed. So let's now just say, I'm hoping we don't have, let's get rid of that console.log. Okay, that's cool. So let's now take a wee trip to the endpoints here, and we'll try and bring them to life, you know. So if we take our get request, we'll make it so that it's just wide open. There it is right there. Everything's looking pretty cool, you know. Now if we say ID equals, let's say 2, then hit submit. Well, 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 that's very unfortunate. So what's happening there is it's going to this URL and it's just not quite happening. Now notice that if we say ID equals 3, nothing's working here at all. So let's look at that. And we're going to look at process with get. Okay. Now unfortunately it's saying invalid table name here, which is really, really unfortunate. So we've got this make sure table exists module name thing in here. Let's just echo module name with a die statement. So you can see that it's getting a bit mixed up here. So let's fix that. Let's say module name is explode. We're going to look for these and we're going to look on segment 3. Let's do a little JSON on the module name here. So now we get that. Now if we then go like this, that's pretty cool. So what we could do is we could say third segment bits is that, and then module name is third segment bits there, so we can echo the module name, and that works. So now as we say make sure table exists, everything is beautiful. And there you go. Now let's just try something. Let's say ID is 2. Unfortunately we're not getting anything coming in there. So unfortunately get params from URL is not working. So I'm gonna JSON params true. Now what happens if we chuck 3 in here? Oh, we get stuff. So 1, 2, 3. So here you've got a /, then an ID, blah 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 blah. Whereas with us, look at this change. We did not do a /. We just went straight for the question mark. Which means that this should not be 4, it should be 3. So if we now refresh, you can see that we've got get params from URL is just terrible, you know. It just doesn't work at all. So let's look at get params from URL. And it's just not looking good at all, that, you know. So let's now say Okay. How you doing, Fav Tech? Long time no see. Nice to see you, man. I hope you're doing all right. Now we've got 1, 2. I can hear all cheering outside. I think there's a football game. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, cool. It will return. Alright, we're certainly asking it to do some work here, folks. I meant to say I have an API manager built. It doesn't matter. I think it can do it. That's really good. That's excellent. Look at that. It knows about Trongate. How cool is that? Alright, now I actually probably don't even need this because I think I've already written something that does this anyway. But, you know, let's just see what we can do here, right? So, if we go over here, now you can see what's happening, right? It's kind of quite close to what we want. If we take, for example, this. Pretty close, right? Pretty close. Now this is let me just echo params string. Okay, so we've got a thing here, right? So this is our original get params from URL, and it's pretty good, you know. I'm gonna temporarily take it out of action though, and we'll try using this one. So here it is right here. We will call it now. Let me just echo URL in a die statement. What the hell? The hell's that supposed to mean? Oh, it's the param segment. Got you. It's the param segment. So what we do then, all right. Okay, that's cool. So what we do then is we'll just say here, target string is that. Then we turn that into a query string like that. Then we build up an array of query parameters. And finally, we return those query parameters. Now I'm going to do a little JSON on the query params true. Alright, that's good. Now we're very close to having this thing working here. So Not quite there. So let's look at the old get params from URL that we had. You can see that we're calling a thing here called prep key. I don't think we need that. And I also don't think that we should have remove special characters. This should all go. Alright. Now what the heck does prep key do? Okay. I have no idea what that's doing. And you know what? I don't even care. All right. Okay, this is actually all right. You know. I think I can work with this. So if we think about get params from URL, so we're looking at process with get, right? And we've got these params here. Alright, so let me echo SQL with a die statement. So that is saying select all from task where ID is ID and task title is task title, which works. Now I'm going to do a little JSON on the old data. So we need to look at add params to query. This thing right here. Now we've got this get param type. What the hell is that? Okay, so we've got where. Now, add params to query. It gets the param type. And you can see that we've got these values here. Now I'm going to echo value. Okay, let's just test the darn thing out. Alright, so if we say, you can see if we echo the value here, it says equals to. So supposing that we said that the value is 2, you miserable shithound. Okay, the query looks good, but the let me look at the echo where left hand side. So in this case ID, and let me look at the where value. So it says equals to. Right, with regret, get add all, get commit m, about to totally remove and break all the SQL functions. We have to do that. Sadly, we have to do it. Which is a real downer, innit? Do you think I'm crazy enough to do that? Do you think you're dealing with that type of crazy rock and roller? Yes, you are. So we'll call this API old.php. It's one of these rare situations where you have to just bite the bullet and rebuild, you know? We have done some substantial changes to this, so I think it makes sense, you know? So let's just copy that. We'll go like this. So let's see if we can make some sense out of this thing. Here we're getting a module name. Which works. Now, here we've got process with get and process with post. Guess what I'm going to do with these? That's right. We are going to take them right on out. Okay. Oh, it's a massive file. Do you know what, man? It's gonna be a miserable 20 minutes here. But it's worth it. I think that there's a lot of stuff here that's not being used, you know? And I'm quite happy to just rebuild, you know? It is indeed a extremely miserable way to spend your time. But at the end of this, even if it takes half an hour, I don't care. At the end of this, we'll have something that's really, really well refined, you know? We can absolutely handle this. It's actually not that bad. It gives me a wee rest, you know. There you go. No thinking required, folks. No thinking required, don't you know? Okay. Now this is going to a thing by the name of get. So if we head up here and I think I'll chuck this down here. There's get, right? Now I'm going to echo module name with a die statement. So if we go like this, you can see that the module name's been added there. If we say something like ID is 3, you can see that coming up here. And that's how that works. So let's look at this thing. We've got a thing that says make sure table exists. Which works. Now it's looking for a thing called process with get. And process with get is astonishingly complicated. Alright, so let's just see what we got. Now we've also got these module endpoints here. Don't know why we got them, by the way, but there you go. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow the general structure for this, or at least see if I can understand this thing, you know. Now the first thing we're doing here is it's attempting to see if we need to find one record, and I'll keep that in. So we'll just go like this, and I'm going to var dump update ID. Nothing happening. Now what we can do is we can say set type update ID int, and it's funny how by adding in this set type, it gives you just a wee bit of extra security that I quite like, you know. So this is going to be done later, but in the meantime, let's carry on. So we get an endpoint name, and we attempt to validate the token. Now I'm going to echo OK, and we're missing a thing here by the name of validate token. Alright, now we're looking for fetch endpoint auth rules. You can see that that says OK. Now, what on earth is the not allowed message? I would like to see. Here it is here. Okay, that's good. So let's just visually check for any missing functions we've got. I'm seeing fetch endpoint auth rules. I think we've got that. that's looking good. Now here's a thing that says API manager error, and I'm gonna go like that, and it's gonna say it cannot find it. So we're gonna look for API manager error. Now that's saying undefined variable error message. So let's just test that. There's what you get. Alright, so that works. Okay, now there's a thing called test for AAA token. I am going to go here and say OK. And let's var dump this Trongate user. Come on. Alright, so let's var dump token. Alright, test for AAA token is not working. Good. Nice. So this is all to do with returning tokens. Now we've got a thing here called run user owned test. And that is going to be the last thing that we need to check here. So I'm going to just go like that. Of course it's going to say we don't have run user owned test. So let's just bring it in from here. And there's kind of a logical sequence here, right? So that was us checking for this thing. And if we look at this, everything about that is perfect. So the page is now going to say rock and roll, and there we go. Alright, so all of that was about Just making sure that the endpoint was cool and making sure that the user is allowed to be here, you know. So what now? I hear you say, what now? Well, right, I have no idea what output token is doing. Doesn't matter though. You can see that we're trying to run get params from URL, and we don't have that. So back upstairs, and we're going to do a little JSON on the params. Okay, cool. Now, we're going to have to do a wee bit of work on this. So okay. Alright, so there's a thing here. I mean, I don't think we can even necessarily say equals, because yeah, that's just not right at all. The equals does not belong there. So if we go to attempt build query string, let me console.log operator equals less than. Ah, now hold on a minute. So this is saying we've got this stupid equals here when we don't need it. So what we should really have is like ID is 3. And you can see that that is saying that. Then we've got things like ID is less than 3. That's pretty much how that works. So if we go like that, fuck. Right, this takes us back here. Now, let's echo the target string. And let's echo the query string. Damn. Okay. I wonder if we could supposing we said URL decode, then we echo the query string. So that gives us this. And that might be so if we do something like that, you can see that we've got this vibe here, you know. So that's kind of interesting, right? Now here we've got this query params array. I am gonna var dump query param. Just notice that I'm sitting in the dark. Story of my life. All right. Okay, so we've got these things here. So let's say query params bits equals. Now we're in PHP, so let's just say extract query let's call it params properties is extract params properties, and we'll pass in this query params. We'll actually call it a query params string just to be really clear on what this is doing. So if we go up here, that's the kind of thing that we're dealing with, you know. So what we're going to do then is head downstairs, and we're going to say get all, or get connectors. So we're going to say, oh geez, operators it is. Alright, so we'll say that operators is an array, same structure as what we had before. And we're going to have an array of all of these different things here. So we can have alright, so we can have something like equals, does not equal, less than, greater than, and like. Okay, so let's return the operators. Of course, this is, are we in PHP here? We are. I'm in PHP, forget, I got a bit lost there. Okay, so we've got this get operators thing, right? Now I'm going to just say operators is this get operators. Let's do a little JSON on the operators, which gives us this, right? Okay, now if we echo query param string, we get that. Okay, so what we're going to do then is we're going to say for each operators as operator. Okay, so what we're going to try and do then is something like the following. Bits is explode with the operator, and we're going to do that to the query param string. Now let's just say JSON bits true, and you can see that we get something like that. Now I'm going to say num bits is count bits with a die statement. So in that case it's 1, right? Now if the num bits is greater than 1, Then we're going to say JSON bits true. There you go. Now there's one other thing that we're going to do. Yeah. Okay. I need to go to the employee of the month here. Alright. Pardon me. Can you give me a... Okay, one moment. Alright, that's what we want. Okay. So, let's do this. Okay. So if we look here, we've got a query param string. that looks a wee bit like that, right? Now, what we're going to do is we're going to, first operator, have I got that in there? We have not got it in there. So let me just chuck it here. Pardon me. Okay, so what we do then is we say this. Now we're going to add in our query param string, and we're going to add in our operator. That means that we now get this new string, which looks like that. All right. Hey, okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Now, okay, I'm going to make this super unique. Right, let's have make operator placeholder. So this is going to take an operator, and we're going to say operator placeholder is something like that, and then we return the operator placeholder. There is a hypothetical possibility of somebody figuring that out, but I'm going to just show you. If we go like this, so there's our operator placeholder, you know. It's kind of a unique thing that we've got going on here. In fact, we can make it as awkward as you like. We can even add in little things like that. Now, why on earth did I do that? Well, I'll show you why. So we're going to add in this operator placeholder here, which is going to give us a new string. Oh, hang on. Pardon me. Not quite, not quite. There you go. So what this is doing is we replace the first operator here. Then what we're going to do is the following. We are going to say that bits explode operator placeholder, and we're going to do that to the new string. So if we JSON more bits true, you miserable swine. hold on. Ah, right, okay. So what we do is we say operator placeholder is this. Make operator placeholder. Pass in the operator. So that bit goes like that. That's it. That's really good. So here we've got these more bits, right? Now, as you can see, if we count more bits with a die statement, we've got 2. So what we can do then is we can say well, let me var dump query params string. Okay. That's right. I've totally done this right. So this part here would be params property. Now if we var dump params properties, we get an array with 2 parts. So what we're going to do then is we're going to say num params properties is count params properties, and if num param properties is 2, we get that. Now what we're going to say is get params properties. Okay, so we're going to just say data key equals params properties 0 so think in terms of this thing, key value, right? But then of course we're going to have operator, and the operator is operator. Perfect. Now this is going to just return the data. Here, if not, is set data. There you go. So we've now got a thing that is going to extract the parameters properties. Here it is right here. So I'm going to echo ready. And if we JSON, we get that. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. So what we're now going to do is we're going to say params is an empty array, but params equals, go like that, and then we return the params. So now if we look at get params from URL, that is being called from up here. And there you can see our params being fabulously, and might I say perfectly, called from the URL. So the next thing I want to do is just make absolute sure that all of these things are working the way that they should. So I'm going to just go through all of the possible options. Okay, so there's a good example of the kind of thing that we can expect to have. So I'm going to copy that, head up here, and you can see, just take a look at how good that is. It's brilliant, just brilliant. Now we do have a little challenge with does not equals, but less than is good. Did we do greater than? Now hold on a minute. Yeah, that looks good. So equals is good, less than's good. I wonder if greater than's okay. It looks really good. It looks really, really good. Now, the one that I think we've got a wee bit of a challenge with is the does not equal. You can see that that one's... The rest are pretty good, you know. But does not equal is a problem. And I think another one that's a problem is going to be the like clause, you know. So if we say something like task title is like whatever, not? Is it freaked out on me? Oh, well, hold on. Yeah, there you go. So you can see that the like one is running into challenges, but that's easily fixable. So here's what we do. We're going to go to get params from URL. There you go. Now this is calling extract params properties, which is this one here, right? Okay, so let's say data is this build property. So let's suppose we do that and we say let's take in the params properties and the operator. Well, now we can say build properties data array. So this accepts the params properties and it accepts the operator. Now you can see that we're basically just doing this and then returning it, which means that nothing really changes. Okay, but here's what we do. If operator is equivalent to I'll do a double condition. So if the operator is equivalent to like, or the operator is equivalent to lowercase like, then can you give me some PHP that removes the last character from a string if the last character is that? For example, if I have a string with a value of, it should return now. We know how to do stuff like that, but it's nice to check in and just see if there's anything. Ah. That's it. So there's our magic line of code. So we go like that. Now it's referring to right here, it's referring to data key like that. So if we go back to this page, do you see how we've got task title here? Now it's gone, as you can see. Yeah, we're certainly making it work today. Yeah, there you go. I have to keep this thing right, you know? Alright, I think that's it. So now we go here. And this is going to be data value. Alright, so check this out. Have a look at the like thing. It's perfect. Really perfect. Good. Good. So that takes care of that. Now the only one that we've got to deal with is does not equal. So if we say, let's just take a few of these out. Okay. Okay. So what we're going to do now is the following. if the operator is that, and the last character of the key is that, then it should be does not equals. So what we're going to do then is we're going to say else if operator is equivalent to that, now let's just try this. Okay, so we are gonna do a little JSON on the data here. And you can see that that's what we've got, right? So alright, so we're looking at our key again, and we're checking for that. So as we, there you go, and then what happens is our data operator becomes does not equal. So if we JSON data true, you miserable such and such, there you go. I think that's perfect. So ID less than 2, task title does not equal cool, which is exactly what we had asked for. Everything here is just fantastic, you know. And I'm happy with that. So that's quite good. Let's have a little commit here. All right. Okay, so this is all part of extract params properties. There it is right there. Now, this is gonna return these params, you know. So we get the params from the URL, and that's exactly what we're chucking on the screen right here. Okay. Now, see when we say get... Oh, gee, forgive me. Right, so see when we say get params from URL, that obviously runs this. Okay. So I'm going to say params from URL is that, right? Then you can see that we've got this query here. We can echo the query. There it is right there. Okay, so this is a good time to go back here. Now we've got I have no idea what that's doing. Attempt before hook and attempt after hook. No idea. But do you see how we've got add params to query? Add params to query could be useful. Let's copy that. Alright. So test equals and does not equal together. Yeah, I'm sure I will at some point. So let's say SQL equals this. Whoops. Okay, so this thing here, add params to query, do we have a module name? Let's just check. Yes, we do. Now, this part here, damn. Right, so when we get to 223, that's the last one, right? There it is. So I'm going to call this submitted params, because submitted params is a wee bit different from the type of params that we could potentially add on to a query. This is a little bit more sophisticated. So if we echo SQL, for example, we get that. If we JSON submitted params, come on. Oh, hang on. So SQL is this. Add params to query. So we're going to say module name, SQL. Now that's going to be params from URL. There you go. So you can see that we've got key, operator and value. By the way, if we echo count params from URL, we get 3. So let's just say num submitted params is count params from URL. Then I'm going to say if num submitted params is greater than 0, then our query is going to change. Perfect. Okay, now let's have a little you should not be here. And we're going to go through this thing, right? So if we echo that, we get that, right? Okay. Now, what the heck is this? Tell you what we'll do. Let's have a little friendly reminder of what we expect this thing to have here. Something like that, right? Now, what is this got where doing? It's actually not even doing a thing. Can you believe it? It's not doing anything. So let's take that out. Now here we're saying submitted params as key is value. Now if we echo the key is utterly useless. But you can see we've got a thing called get param type, which we've now lost. Okay. So get param type is going to be quite useful for us. Now you can see that that's doing nothing with the module type, which is just bizarre, isn't it? So, what are we actually doing here? Param type. Okay, let's just pass in this value here. Or maybe we'll just say for each submitted params as submitted param data, we'll call it. Now we're going to go to get param type down here. We'll pass in this. So if we JSON, we get that. So what are we going to do with this? It's a damn confusing thing, isn't it? So we've got limit, we've got offset, and we've got order by, okay. Now, where is that being called from? here. So let's do a little JSON on the submitted params. So you can see here that we've got a key of order by, we've got limit, we've got offset. I don't know why it's saying does not equals. That's really annoying. So let's look at get params from URL. Extract params properties. We've got build properties data array. Okay, so there's clearly something no right about that. Okay, so for some reason it's saying does not equal, and I have no frigging clue why. None at all. So that's clearly saying limit equals 2. And yet I don't think I did, Richard. If I did, it was a mistake. Right, one moment. So let's look at extract param properties, and we're going to say OK. Now, what we did here is we said right here build properties data array. If else for like. You need more conditions. You're probably right. I think I need a holiday. Alright, well, we've got this vibe anyway. So, what we're doing here is we're looking at our operator. Let's just echo an H1 with the operator. And you can see that that clearly says that the operator is equals, right? Now, this bastard here that's ChatGPT failing, folks. 100% failing. So if the last character, now if we just echo data key, limit. So what that should be doing is, this is just bullshit. we should be saying yeah, that part, thank heavens I made decent comments. Right, okay. So let's just say if, and we'll take this. So if the last character is an exclamation mark, then I'll say gotcha. Otherwise, okay, I think you were onto something there, Richard. We did need more conditions. That's right. So if it's equals and the last character is this thing, Richard, you could not have been more right. He was absolutely right. Well done, Richard. Pretty impressive, man. Here's to you, man. That's awesome. That's really great. Here's to you, Richard. Nicely figured out. So what we do then is that and the data key becomes let me just double check with the employee of the month. Can you give me the PHP code for removing the last character from a string? I need to be absolutely sure I've got this right. Now I know that it's substring blah blah, but I just, you know what? Call me an idiot. But I'm too deep in this to make stupid mistakes, you know? That's perfect. Okay. So we go like that. So it's a substring of data key, then it's that. That's good. So that's basically it. Now we've got a nested if there, which is not perfect, but I think it's probably easier to read, you know. So there's our thing, limit to. Don't it make you feel good? And thank you, Richard. By the way, Richard, could you do me a favour? If you have an account on GitHub, please do a pull request on this framework, a comment or anything, and we'll get you as an official contributor, you know? Alright. Thank you, Richard. Bless you, man. Bless you very much, and I appreciate the tips. He came and went like Clint Eastwood. Except he had a name. Alright. So let's go back and we'll see if we can figure this thing out, right? We're doing process with get, and we're doing add params to query. We've now got this JSON params thing. So then we run get params type. Okay, so what I'm going to do then is, let's just see what order by does, shall we? Okay, now let's say JSON submitted params. So we've got limit is equal, order by equal ID descendant. I mean, it's absolutely fantastic. So let's have a look at get param type. This is some really good code here, I think anyway. Now, if we JSON the submitted param data, what we get is this. So I'm going to say that the key is string to lower submitted param data key, or it's an empty string. So I'm gonna var dump key die statement, which gives us this. Can even add in a little trim here. So if we echo key, there you go. So that means that we've now got this param type that's going to be getting returned. I don't know if that's the right word or whatever, but there you go, right? So now we've got these where conditions that we build up. So if we echo param type, we do have a where going on, and I'm gonna JSON submitted param data. So in this case it's order by. Now let me go to get param type again. There you go, perfect. Now let's build upon this a wee bit. So we'll say where ID is 2 and ID is greater than 1, and we'll limit by 3. Okay. Okay, so that's saying here that they if we look at, oh geez, this is quite heavy. So we're calling this where condition here. Now, by the way, if we JSON submitted params, you can see that it's saying where ID. Now, if we look at this thing, okay, it's got ID is 2 and ID is greater than 1. That's a problem. But let's not worry about it too much right now. The key vibe for us is that if we look at our param data, you can see that we've got a key, we've got a value, and we've got an operator. So the key is submitted param data key, and the value is submitted param data value, and then we've got this where condition. Now let's JSON where conditions, and you can see that we've got, for example, ID 1. So if we have these where conditions, you can see that it's looking for a thing called extract where key, and if we take the where left side, we get something like that. Now let me just check something. I kind of feel as if this is all over engineered, all of this. I really do. I think that we should simply say so do you see how we've got this vibe going on? Right, I reckon we should just say yep. So the whole point of this is basically to build upon the SQL, you know? So if we go like this, now keep in mind that we're taking in some SQL here. And if the param type is that, now let's echo the SQL that we've got. So select all from tasks, right? Now, let's have a wee counter. And if the param type is where, the counter is going to go up by 1. So the counter's 1, right? So if, no. So if the counter is 1, then we're going to say where going to need to look at the docs here. This is astonishingly complicated. Okay, so when we go like this, let me just see something. Yeah, I think that I'm gonna have to just go like that. Something like that. So if we echo the SQL, we get that. Now I'm going to say that the SQL also equals a little space, and then that. So select all from tasks where. Then we do another wee space, and we're going to say that the SQL also equals key operator value. So where ID is greater than 1, now look at this extract start word. What the hell is that? So what does it do? So what it does is it takes the where left side, then we look at the first three. If the first three is or, then the start word is or, else. That's right. That's right. So this part here is actually kind of important. But you know, Okay, so if the counter is greater than 1, then the start word. What the hell is that? Extract where start word. And to make life even more confusing, I don't think this is right, you know? Anyway, I'll worry about this later. I'm just going to, for the moment, say that the okay. So that is going to be alright, something like that. Okay. So if the param types is where, this is our SQL. So we've got, for example, select all from tasks, where ID is greater than 1. Now let's look at our basic query. I think I'll make this uppercase, it just makes me feel a bit better. So we now get that. Okay, now let's do a little else, and we'll just echo param type. Alright, so we've got this limit thing, right? So we could say this is astonishingly difficult, you know. So key is limit, operator is that, value is that. Okay, so let's just say if param type is limit, alright, so if the param type is limit, then SQL equals let's just go with limit value. So if we look at our SQL now, so if it's limit that, let's just deal with that actually. So we're going to have limit then we're going to have, if we look at get param type, you can see that order by is a possibility, and so is offset. So if param type is order by, then SQL also equals if param type is limit, offset's the other one, right? Alright. So at the end of all this bullshit, we end up with some SQL. Okay. Alright, let's assume that the offset is 0. We'll just make that assumption. Now, if the param type could say if the param type is offset, which is possible, then we are going to assume an offset equal to whatever that value is. So when we go down here, we can then say that the SQL is string replace limit, pardon me, string replace offset. Well, let's call this offset value. So back down, geez, this is so damn difficult, isn't it? Good. And then we would say string replace limit, and that would get replaced with the word limit. Now, here this is a friggin' mess. Do you know, I think I'm going to just need to play around with this, and you know, it breaks my heart to say it, but I'm probably going to need to spend a whole day working on this shit. Which is a bit of a drag, you know. But let's just see if we can get it happening to some extent. So we'll start with the basics. If we do something like this, you can see that that's given us select all from task square ID is 3. That's perfect. Now if we say does not equal 3 or does not equal 2, let's say, again, it's perfect. If we say something like less than, it's just really great, you know. I think greater than is going to be the same kind of vibe. So that's all perfect, you know. Now here's like. So if we say something like pretty good, right? Then here, this is always going to be an AND condition. So you see how we've got this connective word thing that does jack shit? Let's take it out. So we're always going to have something like that. It's pretty cool, you know? And then you could say something like and complete equals 1. So that's looking fantastic. It really is. It's looking good. I mean, even though it feels as if it's been a bit messy, I think it works, you know. Now, let me do an order by ID. Okay, now we've got this stupid order by stuff. So what we're going to do with that is so we're going to add order by to the SQL, and we would be passing in the submitted param data. Alright, so if we echo the SQL, select all from task where task title is like blah 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 blah. So we would simply say order by clause is order by let me echo order by ID. So we would say if Alright, so if I said right, so if we've got the limit is string replace limit with order by clause, then a space, then the limit, alright. Okay. Alright. Now, have we got this thing working here? I actually have no clue. But just for the hell of it, alright, so we've got our SQL here, and the whole purpose of this thing is to add the params to the query. So I'm just gonna return the SQL. Now this might need a wee bit of work, it might not be perfect, but if we do a little echo here, we get that, and if we echo our SQL, we get that, and I reckon that that's a valid query. Yep. Okay. So, I think the end result of all of this stuff is that we're going to basically do a query, you know? Fuck. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. The whole thing. Yeah, this is all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Okay. Okay, cool. Right, so we've got a few issues with this thing, and I think I've made it too complicated. Clearly. So, right. So, what we're going to do then is All right. All right. No, I think we've had it. Oh, gee. No. Do you know what? That whole day has been a disaster. This function is letting us down. Yeah, this is the problem. And there's other problems with this. Another problem is I might have just wasted 8 days on this. Yeah, I think I might have just wasted 8 days on this because it's just not up to the job, you know? Yeah, I think I'm done. Okay, that was actually good. That's a suggestion. today was a fail. It doesn't happen much. But this is a fail. But this gives me a wee bit of hope, you know, because it is complicated, and I thought it was going to say use brackets and stuff like that. Now, let me see if I can try something. Okay. If we do that, it's run and select all from tasks, right? If we say where ID is 3, it does that. If we say complete is 3, it does that. Now, one of the problems that we've got here is that this build query string yeah, that query string is just not right, you know. So if I say something like ID is 3, you can see that it's given us this thing, and that is not right at all, you know. Not even close. So I would like to fix that. So I'm going to try something. I'm going to console.log. A few backticks here if I can get them. Key is key. Value is value. And operator is operator. Alright, here we go. So if I do that, you can see it says key is ID, value is 3, and operator is equals, which is perfect, right? That is 100% perfect. Now, here we've got a join thing. Now check this out. Now here we've got this. I don't know what the hell this is. I really and truly have no idea what that is. It seems to be looking at a thing called query params. And right, so that's cool. So what it's doing is it's this thing here. So the query param string, if we have it, it joins it on. If not, okay. Right, I think that I've got an idea. It's as confusing as a bastard. But here's what we could do. Okay. So right. So let me just try something. Okay. So here we go. I have an array of operators that I will be using to create an API manager using PHP and JavaScript. The following operators can be selected from a drop down to build a URL query string. Okay. That's right. So if I want to run a get request where id equals 1, I would add the following Mm-hmm. Alright, we're all getting a bit desperate here. If this works, it'll be a miracle, but I can't see it. And I have to say, I think that I would have had a better day without this chat GPT thing. I'm probably going to stop using it, you know? Now, I think it's messed it up. I don't think that's going to work. I can kind of see the flaws as I'm doing it, but I'm not going to talk about it. But that's not going to work. It's just not going to work. URL decode. Thank you. It's not going to work. This. And as you can see, I was right. Funny how I knew that, eh? Okay, so that was ChatGPT. Would you like me to prove that I'm a better developer than ChatGPT, everybody? Because I've had it humouring this shit. I'd be better off just doing it myself, you know? Would you like the web developer extraordinaire to demonstrate my incredible power? Because I have no doubt in my mind that if I'd done this without ChatGPT, I would have been in a much better state than I'm in just now. And Smitty, you're absolutely right. He says sometimes it goes in circles, and it does, you know. I think it's time to unleash the power of the web developer extraordinaire. I've had it with this. Had it. So let's just do it. Alright. Here we go then. So, here we go. I'll do my own version of this thing. And I'm going to just... now, what does this thing actually do, by the way? Well, it produces a query string. And it returns it. Let's just write this down, okay? So, we're going to build a query string. We're going to also add to the URL segments element, and we're going to return the query string. That's what this does, right? So I'm just going to say const query string equals blah. Alright, now watch how this all goes really smoothly now that I'm not using this friggin' crappy thing, you know? So if we do that and we say something like 3, do you see how it says blah? That's what we're talking about. So let's now do a little console.log on the query string. And what that means is that when we now go like this, if we say something like 4, do you see how it says blah? That's what we're talking about. Now, we don't want it to say blah. So what we're going to do is we're going to inspect all of these rows here. So we're going to say let's just say 4, and we're going to loop through all of the table rows. Now let's console.log table rows outer HTML, and just for a wee bit of clarity we'll console.log a wee bunch of stars, you know. So here we go. So as we do that, and then we do that, do you see how it's console.log in the table row here? That's what we're talking about. Here comes 2 table rows. Pretty cool, right? Now, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to extract the key operator and value from each table row. So how do we do that? I hear you say. Well, we'll say this table row is table rows with a key of I, right? Then we're going to go in here Now, I am going to cheat just a wee bit, because you can see we've got a key drop down, right? So I'm going to go like this. Can actually make this a const. Okay, so the const is this table row, query selector, and if you look really close here, you'll see that this has got a class of key drop down. So I am going to console.log key drop down. Now let's just go straight for the jugular here. We can say dot value, and I'm happy to add in dot trim as well. I'll assume that that's good. Or maybe we won't add in the dot trim, but there we go. So if we refresh, go like this, key is ID, this is I think I did. I just found a button for getting my mic switched off. Anyway, 3, you can see that it says ID. If we change it again, now it says task title, so that is perfect. Okay, there you go. Now this is going to be, let's just say key, right? So now we're going to say const operator equals. Now again, we're going to look at this table row. How do we get the operator? It's this little beauty here. Well, as you can see, we can say query selector operator drop down. And in fact, if we add in dot value and then dot value here, we can now say console.log, couple of little backticks, key is key and operator is operator. And look at how easy life is when you don't use ChatGPT. I think I'm done with it, folks. I really think I'm done with it. So here I'll say equals, and look at that, first time. Alright. So now we're going to get the value here. Then you can see that we've got a class right here. So we can say const value. Now that is going to be this table row, query selector, it's value input dot value. So let's add in, and value is value. I'm smiling. Now why did I not do that earlier? I must be a royal idiot. But there you go, right? Alright. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to say, see this const key? This is going to be let key. Now if the key, oh pardon me, alright, so if the operator is equivalent to that, we are going to console.log awkward, because it's awkward, you know. So when we go like this, everything's fine. But when we go like this, you can see that it says awkward. So in instances where it is awkward, we're going to say that the key equals, and we're going to say encode URI component key here we go. And as you can see, it's absolutely assignment to constant variable. Now hold on. Pardon me, I meant to say operator. Here we go. So the operator is now that, which is great. If the so the URL encoding for that is that. Thanks. When I run okay. Okay, both are reserved characters. That's bizarre. It simply does not. You know what I mean? So let me try something. All right, here we go. Yeah. Oh. Encode URI. It's encode URI. Okay, that's good. So it's not encode URI component. Alright, so here we go. It's going round in circles. Okay. Alright. So, it looks like we might even have a bug with Chrome. Okay, cool. I get it. Right, okay, so what we want then is this. Now, my own URL encoding stuff does not work. So if the operator is that, then the operator becomes that. I'll take this out, I'll take this out, and let's just try this again. There you go. Good. Okay, so that's excellent, and what we've just done then is We've now made our operators perfectly safe here. Okay, there you go. Okay, so we've got this query string that we're building up here, and it's got a key, an operator, and a value. Now, I'm gonna console.log I is I. So if I go like that, you'll see that it says I is 0, and then we get I is 0, and then I is 1, okay? So here's what we're gonna do. Okay. Const intro character equals. Now if I is 0, then it's going to be a question mark. Otherwise, it's going to be an ampersand. So what we're going to do now is the following. Let query string is an empty string. Then I'm going to say query string also equals. Now this is going to be using these things, and we're going to say intro character. Oh, pardon me. Intro character. Then we're going to say key. Then we're going to say operator. And finally, we are going to do a URL encode on the value. Which looks like this. So that's our query string. Now let's test it. Question mark ID is 3. There you go. That's really good. And there it is. Now if we change it to something like does not equal 3. That's it. It's really good. Now, the next thing we'll do is I'll say task title is whatever. I'm going to delete this row. That's good. That's really excellent. So, brilliant. What I'm going to do now then is, do you see how I've got this event listener on here? So there is an event listener. Now that is the best build query string. That's better than the ChatGPT one. I should never have wasted my time with it. But there you go. Yep. So I appreciate what you're saying. Okay. I'm beginning to think you might be Chat GPT, Smitty. The amount of information you're giving us there is incredible, man. I'm loving it. Thank you. So, anyway, let's see if we can make some headway with this. Now, we had an event listener. And the event listener happened when we did this transform row thing. There it is right there, right? Now, these other two things are drop downs. Okay, so I'm going to head over to the Employee of the Month. I think I've only got 2 questions to ask now. Oh, damn. Okay. That's alright. Add event listener. Aye, so it's change, right? So what we're going to do is the following. Do you see how we've got this create key drop down? Here's our key drop down, right? And you can see that we've got a thing that says watch drop down. Let's have a wee look at watch drop down. Now watch drop down is going to attempt build query string. So let's just demonstrate this working. If we go like this, you can see that it has changed the query string here. Now if I change this, oh hang on, there you go. So that is changing. Good. Now I want to do the same for the operator thing. So we've got create key drop down here. Let's find the part where that gets created. So we've got create operator drop down. Okay, so what we're going to do then is 786 attempt 786. All right, going to go to 786. Here it is, and we're going to say select add event listener, change attempt build query string. So what that means is that if we do this, now I'm going to chuck this in, you can see that the query thing changed there, but now I'm going to change this to does not equal. Boom! It changes the query string. So that is fantastic. That's really excellent. That's brilliant. Got it. Alright, wee Coco, come on up and say hello. Come on, you. Come on, you. Oh, yes, 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 yes. There's my wee friend. Hey, how you doing, Coco? Alright. Nice to see you, wee Coco. How you doing? Alright. Oh, steady on now. Steady on. Hey, Steph. Pardon me, Smitty. You and I are going to make a fortune. You better believe it, baby. We're going to make a friggin' fortune. Somehow. Some way. What do you reckon, Coco? Alright, well that's what I think too. That's what I think too. Okay. So today was almost a complete disaster. How long have I been live streaming here? 8.5 hours. I'm actually, strangely enough, I was ready to quit. But now that I've rebuilt that function using my own code, I feel as if I've finally started to get ahead a wee bit here. So I'm going to do a little commit here. Git add all, git commit rebuilt the build query string function using my own code. It seems to be okay now. Alright, and a variety of questions have now been answered. For example, we've now realised that even though this only does and things, you know, there's something that we can do here. I'm going to just see when we do this transform row thing. Let me bring it up. Okay. So what I'm going to do is the following. I want to get the table rows, you know. Okay, now let me go to transform row, and I am going to do the following. Right, so I'm going to say const num table rows is table rows dot length, and I'm going to console.log num table rows. Let's just try that. Alright, wee Coco, you take it easy now. 0, 1, 2. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll say if num table rows is greater than 2, we're going to do an alert. Now you'll remember that the chat GPT thing said previously. Alright you Coco, you take it easy now. You take it easy, Coco, alright? Yay. Alright, alright, Coco, we'll go out in a minute. We'll go out in a wee minute. Okay. Okay. So what we're going to do is a little alert here. I'm kind of trying to train people on their best practices for this stuff, you know? So what we're going to say is to avoid confusion. Pardon me, folks. Pardon me, Coco. You alright? Alright. It is not considered good practice to pass lots of parameters in the URL in a URL query string. To avoid confusion, consider using post requests with using post requests as an alternative. Oh. With okay, so what we're doing then is, this is my last thing of the day. If somebody goes like this and they add tons of stuff, I'm just saying it's not considered good practice to pass lots of parameters in a URL string. To avoid confusion, consider using post requests with parameters passed inside a request body as an alternative. And that's pretty good, you know. So that is going to be my last thing. I could do more and improve it even further, but I think that this is quite good. Okay, so I am going to leave it there. I feel great. I could make this a 24-hour live stream without blinking, you know. I could. But I'm going to go and take wee Coco out. She's meowing away, and I'm going to go and visit my mum. So thanks for watching. Alright, so I'm going to head. Thank you so much once again. Smitty, bless you to the highest. It's a privilege to see you. And I will hopefully be here tomorrow somewhere. Thank you so much indeed. I failed, Your Highness. I failed. But at least we figured out what was slowing us down. It was the Chat GPT. Have a great evening, morning, weekend, whatever it may be. And I'll see you soon. Bye.